One of the greatest challenges of the historical biopic is having to mold a disjointed reality into a thematically and stylistically consistent narrative. It's a translative act that almost always results in some detriment to the real history, to the movie, or to both. Yet it is also a revealing one, for it betrays the tension between what we want the past to be, what we want life in general to be, and what it actually is. Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer embodies this contradiction in intentional as well as unintentional ways. More than a year after its release, the movie remains as enigmatic as the tormented character at its center. A dense historical account of science and politics injected with the scale and energy of an action blockbuster. An invitation to peer into my soul, as one of the first lines of the script reads. Yet an experience that alienates more than it connects. As Nolan himself realized during production, the closer we got, the more obscure the picture became, like a newspaper photograph becoming incoherent under magnification. It is no wonder then that the movie has proven to be difficult to engage with, and that people have called into question various aspects of its story and its execution. But then again, it might also be the sign of a movie still waiting to be truly understood, to be truly appreciated on its own terms without being forced into some pre-existing mold, only to be judged for not fitting. Because what I think you need to understand first and foremost about Oppenheimer is that this is not some journeyman's account of the creation of the nuclear bomb. No, this is a Nolan movie. And today, more than anything perhaps, I want to really examine what that means, or rather, what it has come to mean. Because I do believe Oppenheimer doesn't fully open itself up, for better and worse, until viewed as the culmination of a cinematic vision that Nolan has been aspiring to for many years. A cinematic vision that cannot be fairly understood, except in the context of his life and work. So how long until Oppenheimer? A few weeks? Okay, the idea is feature films and directorial work only. No fancy tricks, just beginning to end, the complete journey. Because I want to see the evolution, you know, all the little details that make each individual work stand out. And the impact of time, that sense of progression from one movie to the next. Artistically, financially, thematically. I just want to see if I can capture it all. Following 1998.
When I started to follow people, specific people, that's when the trouble started.
Nolan was still a student of English literature when he wrote and directed Following, a neo-noir thriller about an unemployed young man who develops a habit of following strangers around London. One day he happens upon a charismatic thief named Cobb, who brings him along and eventually turns him into a patsy for his criminal plot. As far as debut films go, Following wasn't a direct home run. Unlike for example Terrence Malick's Badlands, Andrei Tarkovsky's Ivan's Childhood, or Quentin Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs, all of which are still highly acclaimed today, Nolan's initial outing doesn't seem to enjoy that same status. Nowadays it seems Following is mostly studied as an artifact of filmmaking history, or as a stepping stone towards better things to come, rather than a serious work that stands on its own. I understand the sentiment and admittedly felt that way myself for a long time. But on closer examination it is also a bit unfair, not just because Nolan, unlike those other first-time filmmakers, basically made this movie on his own, with the only means at his disposal being a minuscule budget, some borrowed equipment, and a handful of friends willing to help him out, but also because there's more thematic depth here than meets the eye. In fact, it's already here, in Nolan's earliest work, that we can find the same fascination that will define many of his later works. And even a rudimentary articulation of the subject he will go on to explore more explicitly a decade later with his grand science fiction blockbuster Inception. In his paper Deceit, Desire, and Mimetic Doubling in the Films of Christopher Nolan, George A. Dunn uses philosopher René Girard's mimetic theory to explain the psychological dynamics of following, Basically, Girard's theory poses that instead of being autonomous individuals, we are actually always in a state of quote-unquote following. We are always taking cues from the behaviors and beliefs from the people around us that we then try to imitate, to emulate. Unlike some other philosophers, Girard did not see this as a flaw or a failure, but as a natural consequence of our human nature. Basically, he argues that aside from our desire to fulfill our basic needs, we also have a much vaguer desire for more, a desire for being, as he refers to it, which instills us with this inner void, a hunger for something that we can't quite define. And it's precisely because we don't know exactly what it is that we want. We look to others who, in our perception, do seem to have what we ourselves lack.
No, I'm a writer. Well, I want to be a writer anyway.
Our protagonist, who is unnamed in the credits but is referred to as Bill, fits perfectly into this model as he clearly isn't someone who is, but rather someone who wants to be. He is not a writer, he says, but he wants to be one. He is aspiring towards being, towards becoming a full or complete person, like he imagines most others are. As Dunn points out, following even gives us a metaphor for the mimetic concept when Cobb and Bill break into their first apartment and Bill is trying to figure out Cobb's motive. Cobb explains how he's not in it for the money, but rather that he's interested in people. And that's when he brings up the box.
Yes, the box.
The secret box that can supposedly be found in every home, and which contains our most personal items. A sort of unconscious collection or display, as Cobb calls it. In this sense, the box is the perfect symbol for that secret being that others have, and that Bill is searching for.
Each thing tells something very intimate about the people. We're very privileged to see it. It's very rare.
Of course, the primary subject of Bill's following, the one who he believes possesses the key to being, is Cobb. At the beginning of the movie, we meet Bill as he's telling his story to a police officer. He explains to him that, as a rule, he never followed any individual for too long and never followed the same individual twice. That is, until he started following Cobb, a man who pretty much embodied everything he wanted to be. Confident, well-dressed, intelligent. Bill may have told himself that he was simply interested in Cobb as a character, or that he was just curious about his mysterious lifestyle. But in his unconscious mind, the real reason why Bill was infatuated by Cobb is because Cobb became the aspirational model for his own identity. And this is also where the real twist of the story comes in, because as we later find out, Cobb was aware of what Bill was doing. In fact, he was counting on it. It doesn't seem like a coincidence that Leonardo DiCaprio's character in Inception was also named Cobb. We'll get to that movie a bit later, but as you probably know, its core concept revolves around breaking into the subconscious mind of people in order to plant an idea that the subject will then embrace as their own, i.e. Inception. In following, this is kind of what Cobb does to Bill, albeit without all the science fiction grandeur. From Bill's perspective, which is also our perspective until the final reveal, the story goes roughly like this. After breaking into the apartment of a blonde woman, simply known as the Blonde, Bill starts pursuing a relation with her. As it turns out, she's being blackmailed by some shady guys and Bill agrees to help her by breaking into one of their places to steal back some incriminating photographs. The job doesn't go great, but Bill makes it out only to discover that the photographs were perfectly innocent. He confronts the Blonde, who then reveals she was working with Cobb to manipulate Bill into mimicking his burglary methods in order to deflect attention away from Cobb, who told the Blonde he recently found a dead woman in an apartment he broke into and was worried about becoming a suspect. Bill then turns to the police, which brings us back to the conversation that's also been functioning as the framing device of the story, and it is here that the police officer reveals the final twist, and where we learn the true nature of Cobb's plan. Basically, Cobb was working for the shady guys all along, who were looking for a way to get rid of the Blonde because she was actually blackmailing them. And after his chance encounter with Bill, Cobb saw an opportunity to eliminate the Blonde and blame it all on his newfound patsy. The first step of his master plan: get Bill to pursue the Blonde. The method? Well, this is where the mimetic theory comes back into play. When they break into her apartment, as Dunn explains in his paper, Cobb makes sure there are plenty of photos of the Blonde scattered around for him to remark how desirable she is. She's a fox, she's a babe, he goes on. And because Bill is following Cobb, because he's mimicking his being, and specifically his apparent desire for the blonde, Bill now also finds himself desiring the blonde, who he then starts pursuing, perfectly according to plan, not long after. We also see this subtle act of inception a bit later when Cobb urges Bill to clean up his look. Here again, Cobb is counting on being the subject of Bill's unconscious mimetic desire. And indeed, by cutting his hair and buying a new suit, Bill changes his appearance exactly in the way that Cobb intended, by looking much more like him. Aside from the way this new look helps us to keep track of the timeline which is presented to us non-chronologically and jumps around between later and earlier events. The reason why Cobb needs Bill to resemble him is because this way he can more easily pin his eventual murder of the blonde on him.
Did you talk to her?
We found her this morning.
Although Girard's mimetic theory is presented here as a tool that is used deliberately by Cobb for malicious purposes, in reality we mostly engage with these dynamics unconsciously, blindly becoming each other's doppelgangers by copying each other's desires. As Dunn emphasizes, not even a master manipulator like Cobb is entirely on the outside of this. He points out an interesting little moment where Cobb learns that the blonde has slept with Bill and briefly vents what appears to be genuine jealousy in response.
Did you have to beat him?
Did you have to sleep with him?
You told me to.
Well, I said you should if you had to, but it's not really the same as telling you to.
It's an especially revealing moment once we learn Cobb didn't really care for the blonde and was only feigning interest as part of his plan to eliminate her. So why did he get so upset by this? Well, this is where Girard talked about double mediation, which is a sort of reversal of the mimetic direction, meaning that a follower can become a model to the one who is being followed. Not so much because Cobb in this case wants what Bill has, but more so because Cobb is subconsciously sensing that his being, his model, is being infringed upon, which subsequently invokes feelings of resentment. As Girard wrote, in double mediation, it's not that one wants the object, but that one does not want to see it in someone else's hands. These kinds of rivalries are a common occurrence as the dynamics of mimetic desire between individuals will oftentimes converge on the same objects. Objects that we experience to be of high value precisely because they cannot be shared. Though mimetic rivalry is definitely present in following, as Dunn notes, it's a theme that Nolan won't truly face head-on until The Prestige, in which two magicians become entangled in a bitter and violent rivalry with each other. Here too we have the concept of a personal box, now taking the form of personal diaries, as symbols for what each magician wants from the other, not just the secrets of their magic tricks, but the secrets to their being. By putting this mimetic rivalry center stage, The Prestige also offers more insights into their potentially destructive consequences, and into the false promise of wholeness that they offer. For what they each discover in the end, Dunn writes, is that the image of self-sufficient being and happiness that each one presented to the world, and to each other, was really just a mask concealing the inner torment of a self that was either joyless and empty, as we saw with Angier, or impossibly fragmented, as we saw with Borden. Going back to Following, aside from its thematic content, I also briefly want to touch on its production, because on this front, Nolan also reveals some underlying elements that will, in large part, come to define his filmmaking approach even when he's moved on to multi-million-dollar productions. At first glance, the direct lessons from a no-budget indie film from the 90s might seem a bit dated now. Back then, one of the main obstacles to making a movie was acquiring film stock, which was pretty expensive, as were all the other production means that elevate a movie from looking like an amateur home video. Nowadays, however, high-quality digital cameras are far more accessible and affordable to the general public, as are other resources like gimbals, drones, dollies, special lenses, special filters, and so on, which altogether have significantly decreased or eliminated altogether the obstacles that a filmmaker like Nolan once ran into. That being said, there's still lessons to be learned here about thinking creatively and economically to get the most out of a limited situation, and to get the most quote-unquote cinema out of an amateur production. For example, the reason Following was shot in black and white is because it's easier to make that look better with low-budget materials. You know, it's just more artsy looking and feels more like a distinctive aesthetic choice, rather than a signifier of the limitations of the production. Nolan was also able to briefly borrow a dolly for the interrogation scenes, which can create these more professional-looking tracking shots, which not only added a nice bit of cinematic flair, but it also emphasized that these were the most objective moments of the movie, which was important because Bill's conversation with the police officer is the story's framing device. And as such, it also adds a deliberateness to the more free-flowing, informal style of the handheld camera movements we see in the rest of the movie, which is either a memory or a dreamlike vision, both of which we already associate with subjectivity. Lastly, realizing fake guns are expensive and hard to incorporate in a convincing way, Nolan instead had his bad guys use a hammer, which not only saved a good deal of money, but also made the scene more visually striking and more viscerally intense. All in all, it is clear that he squeezed every bit of potential out of the tools at his disposal. And this is a quality he will keep with him throughout his career, for besides his many celebrated talents, one that isn't often talked about is that he, as far as I could find, never really exceeds his given budget or schedule. Contrary to what some people seem to believe, Nolan is not too much of a perfectionist. He works quickly and cleverly, gets what he needs, and moves on without lingering. And although this is also what will go on to occasionally result in a kind of clunkiness, we'll talk about that later. Generally, it's also clearly been an important asset that, in part at least, is what allowed him to have the career that he has. Yeah, no, I realize following also had a non-chronological structure, but besides turning the plot into a bit of a puzzle box, I'm not sure if it really added much narrative or thematic value. I mean, I could look into it more, see how a chronological cut of the movie would alter the way we experience the sequence of events. But the thing is, playing around with time like this, it's just so much more interesting in his next film. Memento, 2000. When I was making my filmmaker philosophy video on Christopher Nolan, I was surprised at how I could pretty much explain the central themes that come back again and again in his movies by using Memento alone. I guess it's not entirely surprising given how many filmmakers tend to establish their most prominent cinematic interests quite early on. In this fragile phase of their careers, they know they have not yet proven themselves and are probably very aware of the fact that this might be their only chance to do so. And so they might as well give it their all. Indeed, the first movie you make, or in the case of Nolan, the first movie with a decent budget behind it, better be something special. It doesn't have to be an instant classic, though that would of course never hurt. But it does have to have promise, it has to convey a voice. It has to make audiences wonder who this strange new filmmaker is. And with Memento, Nolan definitely put himself on the map. Memento is about a man named Leonard who is in search of the murderer of his wife. The only problem is, he got injured during the fateful incident and can no longer make new memories.
I know who I am, I know all about myself. Since my injury, I can't make new memories.
To counteract this, he's developed an intricate system of photographs, tattoos, and other notes. But as we come to find out, this system is not as foolproof as he believes and in fact makes him highly vulnerable to manipulation, both by others as well as by himself. But before we get into that, we have to address the presentation, because what made Memento so fascinating was not so much the story itself, but rather the way in which we get to experience it. I'm pretty sure that by now everyone who's taken a vague interest in the movie has seen that clip of Nolan explaining its unconventional structure. There are two separate story threads to follow. One that is shot in color. This one starts at the very end of the story and then has its scenes play out in reverse chronological order. This is the one that really puts us in the limited perspective of Leonard, who always finds himself thrown into a scene without knowing how he got there or what he was doing. The second story thread is shot in black and white and plays out regularly from the earliest point in the story. This one serves to give us a bit more exposition about the whole situation while also setting up some intrigue that will pay off later. These two threads intercut and inform each other throughout the movie's runtime until eventually converging in the middle of the story, which to us is the end of the movie.
Now, where was I?
It's actually not that confusing when you are watching it, especially not when you watch it a second time, which already shows an important quality of Nolan that will serve him very well later on. his ability to make complex stories accessible and understandable to a mainstream audience. You can kind of turn this around, as has been done by those who aren't a big fan of his work, by arguing that he's just very good at making popcorn movies that seem more complex than they really are. But I think that does Nolan a disservice. Yes, he has a tendency, and will have that throughout his career, to over-explain what's happening, to go on and on with the exposition, and to state explicitly what is also being shown implicitly. But still, I don't think the depth of his work really suffers because of that. He might over-explain, but he doesn't dumb down, and that's something that I've always admired about his work, and which I think is often misunderstood about him when people dismiss him by claiming he's the dumb person's idea of a smart filmmaker or something like that. For me, Nolan has proven that you can have it both ways, that we can have movies that on the one hand are high-concept original works exploring complicated psychological and philosophical subjects, while on the other hand also being $100 million blockbusters that are action-packed, thrilling, and entertaining. But let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. Despite Nolan's tendency to play around with time in his movies, whether he's slowing it down, speeding it up, inverting or disorganizing it, I feel like he mostly sees it as a narrative tool, as a vehicle to explore his true fascination, which is the limited nature of our subjective human experience, and its implications for our pursuit of truth, and for our struggle for morality, purpose, and identity.
First name John, last name G for Gamble.
Initially, Memento presents itself to us as a puzzle, a neo-noir murder mystery waiting for a solution. We are given a complication, Leonard's memory disability, and a means to overcome it, his system of notes and photographs. As such, the story begins with the promise of eventual discovery, of a resolution that will allow us to exhale in relief for having turned disorder into order, and uncertainty into newfound understanding. But instead of bringing us closer to such a finale, Nolan instead uses this mystery not as an end in itself, but more so as a means to pursue a different purpose, that being to hold up a mirror to make us reflect back on ourselves, on our expectations for truth and on the methods we thought to attain it by. Because instead of investigating the case, so to say, he seems more interested in critically examining and questioning the means of investigation.
Lenny, you can't trust a man's life to your little notes and pictures.
Why not?
Because your notes could be unreliable.
Slowly but surely, Nolan pokes holes in Leonard's supposedly foolproof system of tracking facts, demonstrates how he's making mistakes, misremembering events, how he's being lied to, taken advantage of, and is, in actuality, just altogether divorced from any meaningful sense of objective reality. And so, while he does eventually deliver, as he often does, an unexpected twist, as I explained in my earlier video about his work, the true revelation in a Nolan movie is never really the putting together of the puzzle. It is about what they reveal about the characters. In other words, his movies are not really about ontology. They are not really about exploring the nature of reality. Instead, they are about epistemology. They are about exploring the true nature of knowledge. They are about what we can know and about what we don't and cannot ever know. In this sense, the specific condition that Leonard struggles with in Memento really is a metaphor for the way we are all bound and made vulnerable by our epistemological limitations. Because in essence, everyone's memory functions like that of Leonard's. He just reveals what normally happens internally by projecting it externally.
Look, memory can change the shape of a room, it can change the color of a car. And memories can be distorted. They're just an interpretation, they're not a record.
Too often, we tend to see our mind and our memory as some secure, well-ordered database. But what it really is, as Leonard demonstrates, is more like a scrambled collection of notes, images, associations, and connections. And although our memories are certainly based in what we actually experienced, there's also more false data here than we generally acknowledge, ranging from little mistakes and biases, skewed perspectives, and subtle forgeries, all the way to full-on imaginations and false realities. And this is precisely what Nolan wants us to consider as we venture deeper into this story. As David LaRocca wrote in his paper Memory Man, The Constitution of Personal Identity in Memento, part of what Memento cultivates in viewers is the fear of losing our grip on the criteria for judging when a memory is false. The implications of all this, however, go beyond a mere commentary on our appeal to factual knowledge. Memento isn't just about revealing how our memory is flawed, and how we are all bound by the subjectivity of our own limited perspective. It's about how this seeps into our sense of morality, of purpose, and into the very foundation of our identity. After all, as La Rocca points out, we discern so much of how we see ourselves, who we believe ourselves to be, from what we remember, from the narrative that we formed about ourselves based on the memories of where we came from, what we experienced, and what beliefs and values we learned along the way. Our memory is also what gives us a sense of meaning, of purpose. It's because of the past that we can imagine a future, that we give ourselves direction, both in the direct sense as established desires give us goals to strive towards, as well as more implicitly as established values and beliefs shape the kind of person we will be, who we want to be, as we move forward.
Let's go down, you and me together. Then you'll know who you really are.
For Leonard, this direction seems pretty clear-cut, but as La Rocca points out, his true desire is not to avenge his wife's murder, it is to not yet have avenged it. He doesn't actually want resolution, he wants the feeling of purposefulness that arises from chasing resolution. And indeed, as the movie's grand revelation comes about, we learn that it was actually Leonard himself who has been actively manipulating his own narrative. As it turns out, his wife actually survived the assault and later killed herself because she couldn't deal with Leonard's condition. A story that we do get to see, but which Leonard twisted into someone else's cautionary tale that he once came across as an insurance investigator. And as to the bad guy that Leonard is chasing, well, as his sort of friend Teddy reveals, Leonard has already killed him, it just didn't stick, and so Teddy basically had him chasing his tail ever since. In response, Leonard then alters his own quote-unquote memory to make Teddy his prime suspect, thereby setting himself on a path towards another murder, which he then justifies to himself by arguing that we are all just making up our own reality.
We all need mirrors to remind ourselves who we are. I'm no different.
Although Leonard's particular case demonstrates a rather tragic corruption, he does touch on something very foundational about human nature that rings true for all of us, something that Nolan will come back to again and again, and that is the notion that, when it comes down to it, we do all create our own reality. Or to put it more precisely, we all have to have some sense of reality. We have to assume certain things as true, because without it, we would just spiral into the chaos of non-reality. But because of the limits of our subjectivity, because of our inability to actually attain objective reality, the way we nevertheless end up achieving this reality is through belief, by essentially making a leap of faith.
I have to believe in a world outside my own mind. I have to believe that when my eyes are closed, the world's still there.
As Leonard points out here, we already seem to make this leap of faith instinctively. When we close our eyes and assume the world is still there, we demonstrate a certain kind of trust in the reality of that world, even though, philosophically speaking, this assumption is not really based on a factual assurance, but on belief. And it's this kind of belief, as Nolan argues, that ultimately also defines the reality of ourselves. This is not to say that we necessarily exchange objective facts for subjective beliefs. As I also pointed out in my other video about Nolan, 2 + 2 does not equal 5 just because you want it to. Rather, it's about recognizing that when it comes to the things that matter most to us, the things that keep us going, that really define our drive, our morality, our sense of self, all the things that shape our identity and guide our actions, the objective reality, the kind of truth that Leonard thinks he's chasing after, simply doesn't mean as much to us as we might tell ourselves.
There's a sense in which we're addressing the idea that we're all sort of imprisoned in a way in our own views of the passage of time, of what's going on in the world. And so there is this kind of leap of faith to the idea of an objective reality. So there's the idea of belief or faith involved with what these characters are choosing to invest in terms of what's really going on in the story.
And by understanding this, we can also understand the true nature of Leonard's tragedy. Because if we acknowledge ourselves as subjective beings who define themselves by their beliefs, that's when we can also begin to meaningfully reflect on who we really are, and take meaningful actions towards who we really want to be. And this is exactly what Leonard prevents himself from doing. He insists on keeping himself ignorant, deludes himself into chasing after a supposedly objective reality that doesn't exist, based on supposedly objective facts that aren't true. In this sense, even though Memento certainly ends with a twist, it doesn't end with a resolution. Instead, as LaRocco writes, a loop is created in which we are sent back to the beginning, one that is bound to send us there over and over, perpetually in pursuit of new facts, perpetually questioning what is true. Can the cycle be broken? For Leonard, it doesn't look good. But maybe his next character, another tragic soul lost in the fog of his own delusions, stands a better chance. I feel like people tend to overlook the project that Nolan embarked upon after Memento. Did you know it was a remake of a Norwegian movie? I guess in some ways it does feel more straightforward. It's certainly not as out there as Memento was. But still, I think there's a lot more here than people give it credit for. There's a reason Nolan believes this is his most underrated movie. Insomnia, 2002. Whereas I understand that following is generally being somewhat ignored when discussing Nolan's filmography, I don't think it's fair that his third feature film, Insomnia, seems to be getting the same treatment. Coming out just after Memento, which was arguably his first true movie in the sense that it defined so much of what we now think of when we think of Nolan, and right before Batman Begins, which marked what was arguably Nolan's biggest leap forward, and which most clearly set him on the trajectory towards superstardom. Insomnia does kind of sit in an awkward position, which is a shame because it definitely deserves better. Compared to Memento, Insomnia may indeed feel like a small step forward, just a somewhat similar crime drama, minus the intricate narrative structure. But despite being more straightforward in its storytelling, as Nolan's first studio movie, the leap in production size is actually quite significant. Most notably, he was able to shoot on location, and use practical effects to craft some compelling set pieces, both of which he would prefer to do as much as possible throughout his career. He was now also working with grade A movie stars. Al Pacino plays the lead detective, a man named Will Dormer, and Robin Williams, who was mostly known for his more comedic roles, was cast against type here as the villain Walter Finch, which also already shows Nolan's inclination to think outside the box when it comes to picking his actors. Whether it's casting familiar faces into roles that are the complete opposite of what they are known for. Heath Ledger as the Joker is probably the prime example of this. Or finding and elevating relatively new faces, such as Tom Hardy in Inception or David Dastmalchian in The Dark Knight. All these elements combined definitely demonstrate a sizable step up for Nolan as a director.
Don't you come apart on me now, you understand? I need you to find this bastard.
As for the story, Insomnia opens with two homicide detectives from Los Angeles who assist a local sheriff with the investigation of a murder in a remote town in Alaska where during the summer, time seems frozen in a perpetual state of daylight. But similarly to Memento, what begins as a rather conventional puzzle quickly changes into a deeper exploration of the complexities of the human mind. Early on in the story, when the detectives seem to have the murderer cornered, he flees into the fog where Dormer accidentally shoots and kills his own partner.
You ran down to the water. You found Hap. Is that what happened?
Though he initially tries to hide this from the local police, as it turns out, his mistake was witnessed by Finch, which leads to a reluctant alliance between the two as they are both trying to avoid having to face the consequences of their actions.
I know this isn't easy for you, but I'm trying to get you to understand we're in the same situation here.
The story is actually a remake of a 1997 Norwegian movie of the same name. Now, normally when it comes to American remakes of Scandinavian movies, or just European movies in general, my first instinct is don't bother. Generally, they tend to be watered down versions of the original stories, with the only real addition being more Hollywood lighting, which in most cases actually undermines the grittiness that made the original so great in the first place. While I wouldn't go as far as proclaiming that Nolan's Insomnia surpasses the original, I do believe his remake stands on equal footing in a direct comparison, while also making some interesting changes that justify its existence and that make it hold up in its own right. As the famous critic Roger Ebert once wrote, unlike most remakes, the Nolan Insomnia is not a pale retread, but a re-examination of the material, like a new production of a good play. For starters, the transition from Norway to Alaska is pretty much seamless, and more importantly, it carries over the same gritty atmosphere. This is probably in large part because Nolan in general is just pretty straightforward when it comes to presentation. Lots of naturalistic lighting, lots of simple shots that focus on one character, one action or one element, most of it handheld, most of it eye level, no strange angles or complicated camera movements or anything like that. It's a lack of stylization that in my opinion will slightly work against him in his next project. But here it does result in a strong sense of texture, a strong sense of place, that gives the movie a beautifully timeless feeling, and that really draws you into the world of this story, which is also where Nolan makes his most significant change, the one that will truly set his remake apart. At first glance, it does feel like Nolan's Insomnia waters down a more provocative story, and especially a more provocative character with a more sympathetic reimagining. As Liesinger pointed out in his excellent comparison of the two movies, while Al Pacino's Will Dormer is still an unambiguously problematic character, he is also significantly sanitized compared to his Norwegian counterpart. In the original, the main detective is also kind of a pervert who assaults a young girl, or at least fantasizes about it. I feel like there's some ambiguity here as to what really happens. Later he makes advances towards the hotel owner which definitely do cross a line. And as he tries to cover up the evidence of his accidental shooting by swapping out his bullet for one that came out of the murderer's gun, he shoots a dog in order to get it. In Nolan's version, on the other hand, Will Dormer specifically rejects the young girl's flirting. He's a perfect gentleman, and even a bit of a bleeding heart towards the hotel owner, and the dog he shoots to get the bullet he needs to swap out his own is already dead. But where Nolan takes off the rough edges of his main character, as Singer observes, he also adds a new layer of complexity, a new layer of intrigue. For in what is probably the most significant change to the original story, in Nolan's Insomnia, the two detectives who come into Alaska are revealed to be under investigation by internal affairs for something that Dormer did, and it is suggested that his partner is going to testify against him. And so when the fatal shooting occurs, there's an added conflict about Dormer's true intention. Was it really an accident, or did some unconscious desire overtake him in the heat of the moment?
How did it feel when you found out it was Hap? Guilt? Relief?
The question nestles in Dormer's mind where it will eat away at him to the point where he can no longer tell what is true.
I just don't know anymore.
Which also greatly affects the thematic weight of the story. For in the original, where the accidental shooting really was just an accident, the murderer also ends up killing himself by accident, after which the main detective rides off without really feeling like he has resolved anything, without really having faced any consequences for his own actions, and without any meaningful lessons learned. It emphasizes the indifferent nature of our universe, makes us wonder if we're all just purposeless objects tossed around by the hands of fate, if there is such a thing as justice or balance, or if it's all just random movement. But, as I already mentioned in our discussion of Memento, Nolan seems less interested in these more ontological questions. He cares about epistemology, about what we can know, and about the ways in which we navigate our world and shape our identity as beings with limited subjective perspectives. And so in his Insomnia, the thematic essence is not found in the world around Dormer, it is found within him, in the weight of his guilt, and in the way it chips away at his sanity, his sense of morality, and his sense of self. Like Leonard in Memento, Dormer also clings to a story about himself, a story about a good detective who safeguards the world from evil, a story for which he is willing to manipulate the world around him to keep it intact. But unlike Leonard, whose condition makes him oblivious to his own corruption, Dormer is aware, on some unconscious level at least, of what he is doing, and can more consciously act and react accordingly. As such, Nolan also moves more explicitly into the realm of moral philosophy here, trying to discern what is right and what is wrong, which roads lead to ruin, and which offer a path towards redemption. For Dormer, his internal conflict and the possible outcomes of it are personified by the more idealistic local sheriff on the one hand, who represents the part of Dormer that genuinely wants to do good, that wants to act with integrity and honesty, and by the murderer Walter Finch on the other, who represents the part of him that will do anything just to survive, that is willing to sacrifice his morals to safeguard his self-narrative. This is Dormer's main struggle, the one that's denying him, as the perpetual sunlight does, his night's rest. His insomnia, however, is actually a good thing, because although the sheriff states how a bad cop can't sleep because his conscience won't let him, as J.L.A. Garcia writes in her paper White Nights of the Soul, Insomnia and the Struggle for Purity of Heart, the real moral danger faced by Dormer is that he will become increasingly like Finch, who can find sleep, but only because he's too far gone. The old adage is wrong, Garcia writes. The truly wicked can rest, and if a bad cop is bad enough, he can sleep like a baby. And so, as Garcia continues, the gnawing conscience that disturbs Dormer's sleep is evidence that he is still not beyond redemption. Though Dormer does not recognize it, his sleeplessness is a blessing. The conflict, however, is further complicated by the nature of the internal affairs investigation that's hanging over Dormer, because as he later admits, he was in fact guilty of corruption. He planted false evidence to get someone convicted, but he struggles with the supposed immorality of his actions because the someone who got convicted was, in Dormer's perception, an unambiguously guilty person, a dangerous person, and the only reason he couldn't be convicted the quote-unquote right way was because there wasn't enough evidence. And so one can wonder, as Dormer does, maybe he did the right thing after all, maybe the means justified the end. For this particular case, Nolan leaves the question open-ended, but he does explore the implications and possible dangers of assuming this kind of thinking, because once you go down this road, he seems to wonder, where does it end? And who do we become in the process?
I didn't murder her. I killed her, but it just ended up that way.
For Garcia, both of these questions result in the character of Walter Finch, who at one point talks to Dormer about them sharing a secret.
We know how easy it is to kill somebody. That ultimate taboo, it doesn't exist outside our minds.
What he expresses here, as Garcia argues, is a form of moral anti-realism, the belief that there are no objective moral values and that ethics is all convention and facade. And furthermore, by having broken the ultimate taboo, he now sees himself, and Dormer, as elevated from the rest of society, as members of a small elite group that sees through the illusions that cloud the minds of everyone else. As Garcia emphasizes, Finch doesn't offer any real argument to support his beliefs, which makes it all the more transparent that he's just deluding himself, that he's philosophizing after the fact to justify his own actions, rather than doing it the other way around. And dangerously so, for what he is indirectly proposing here is not only that Dormer, just like Finch himself, wasn't wrong in his actions, but that he actually has some special privilege that completely exempts him from even having to question it, that he can manipulate reality as he pleases. The resolution to this problem, according to Garcia, is a bit muddied in Nolan's Insomnia. She points out how one of the movie's main moral suggestions, one coming from the sympathetic hotel owner, is actually not that different from Finch's. I guess it's about what you thought was right at the time, then what you're willing to live with, the owner says to Dormer. The problem here, however, as Finch already demonstrated, is that some people are able to live with almost anything. And so if this moral message then is supposed to be the movie's grand statement, why does it also undermine itself? Or to put it like this, what really is the determining factor to Dormer's eventual redemption? For he does achieve it at the end. After shooting Finch and being on the verge of death himself, he confesses his corruption to the local sheriff, and despite her offering to cover for him, he instead urges her to tell the truth, to not go down the same path that he did. But why then? Why choose to be moral? Why choose to do the right thing? Well, Garcia lists a number of reasons from various philosophical and theological traditions, but the most relevant one to Nolan's work seems to be the more humanistic argument which proposes that the only way to truly bring our own personhood, our own identity, into fulfillment is by acknowledging and committing ourselves to the humanity of others. This is what Leonard failed to do in Memento by carelessly putting a target on Teddy's back for his own self-delusion. It's what Walter Finch failed to do by justifying to himself the murder of an innocent girl. And it's what Will Dormer failed to do by corrupting himself while at the same time harming more and more people around him. That is, until the very end where Dormer stares at Finch in the water, as if looking at his own reflection, at a part of himself that he then is finally able to let go of as the body sinks away into the void. Now left only with the local sheriff, who here signifies both the inner part of himself that was genuinely good, as well as a concrete other person standing at a crossroads, another human being whose life he can now affect for the better. He is finally able to do what is right, and finally able to get some sleep. The achievement of redemption seconds before death, that part does feel kind of outdated now. I guess a moral victory is better than nothing, but nowadays I would have wanted more. To see him put in the actual work, you know? He could have survived, actually faced the consequences to his wrongdoings, and then we could have seen him getting a good night's sleep in prison or something. Anyways, it's interesting though to see the progression of main characters here. For after Bill becoming the tragic patsy and following, Leonard becoming his own villain at the end of Memento, and Will Dormer becoming a redeemed sinner in Insomnia, Nolan is now ready to take all the philosophical ideas he's explored so far, and use them to examine a character that becomes truly heroic. Or you know, that's how it starts at least. Batman Begins, 2005. Finally we arrive at the grand reboot of the iconic character that would come to change everything. Though not immediately. I remember seeing Batman Begins for the first time as a teenager and thinking it was good, occasionally great, but not particularly mind-blowing in its totality. Back then, like most people I think, I just went to go see a comic book movie in a time when comic book movies weren't yet that big of a deal. And more importantly, I wasn't yet going to see a Christopher Nolan movie. For me at least, it wasn't until I saw The Prestige that I became specifically interested in Nolan as a filmmaker and started working my way backwards to catch up with his earlier stuff. But anyways, as a superhero movie, I thought the realistic take on Batman made the story quite compelling in the first half, but slightly less so in the second, where it felt like the movie could no longer avoid the more fantastical elements of the genre. And watching it today in the full context of Nolan's entire filmography, I still feel mostly the same about it. As I alluded to earlier, despite Batman Begins being another significant step up in production size for Nolan, he does carry over most of the same filmmaking principles, the relatively simple shots that rarely contain more than one character, one action or one piece of information, and the overall naturalistic feeling with little stylization or theatricality. But whereas I think this approach worked for Insomnia, for a superhero movie, even one that was meant to be more grounded in reality, it does feel a bit lackluster. This isn't to say that there aren't any great or beautiful shots here. There certainly are, but they tend to be few, and they tend to be just that, single shots. Because when you think back on Batman Begins, what concrete visuals really come to mind? Chances are it's those shots of Bruce in the mountains, maybe young Bruce falling down the well, or him going back there again as an adult while having conquered his fear of bats. All of these, I think, are pretty great, but they don't really come together to build a larger sense of atmosphere, At least not in the way that it does in Matt Reeves' The Batman, for example, in which every frame is just dripping with moodiness. Nolan's action scenes also leave a lot to be desired here, which tend to be shot way too close and edited way too choppy. There were moments where this was intentional, like that disorienting scene at the docks that we are supposed to experience from the bad guy's point of view while building up to the grand reveal. But still, it's a little much, and it doesn't really get much better later on. Luckily, all this will soon change for the better when Nolan finally gets his hands on. The presentation of Batman Begins is not all bad though. Though it may be lacking in visual flair, Nolan does have one saving grace that he will depend on for years to come, and that is the incredible music by Hans Zimmer. When I think back on Batman Begins, more often than not, I can hear the scenes before I can fully visualize them. And this is also a significant new direction for Nolan, one that I think is important to keep in mind, especially in some of his later works, that even though his storytelling can be quite heavy-handed and plot-driven, his movies really are symphonic journeys as much as they are narrative ones. And so if you want to understand, or rather, to experience these movies in their fullness, I think it's best to really approach them as such. There was of course a deliberateness to the presentational naturalism of Batman Begins, as the intention was to ground the masked vigilante into a realistic setting. This is very much the premise of the movie, and to some extent of the Dark Knight trilogy as a whole. What if Batman was really a thing? What would that look like? What would the consequences be? And to Nolan's credit, he commits to it so thoroughly and so sincerely that it genuinely makes you forget the inherent silliness of the whole concept of a billionaire dressing up in a batsuit to beat up criminals in the night. He achieves this in large part by approaching the Batman character more as a philosophical exercise than as a true character study. This becomes especially evident when you compare Nolan's Batman, who is played by Christian Bale, to the newer interpretations as portrayed by Ben Affleck and Robert Pattinson, both of which are more explicitly defined and driven by their traumas and their emotions, which makes them unstable, erratic, and violent in a way that makes us evaluate their vigilantism more as a reflection of their inner character, and less as an expression of a philosophical conviction. Compared to these incarnations, Nolan's Batman stands as a beacon of detached stoic rationalism. His vigilantism not a reactionary response to neglected trauma and a simplistic view of criminality, but a well-deliberated strategy to bring about justice. So what exactly does this look like? Well, this is where Batman Begins. Just as the classic origin story, Bruce loses his parents at a young age during a mugging gone wrong, which he feels partially responsible for because they were in that place to begin with because of Bruce's phobia for bats. And so, somewhat contradictory to what I just said, his struggle against injustice does start in a place of emotion. It starts with guilt, fear, and anger, and with the frustration about a corrupted system that no longer provides people with the security and justice that it is supposed to. But these scenes are also presented to us as distant memories from an older Bruce, a more mature Bruce who has already come to understand that justice is not the same as revenge. And that if he really wants to be a force for good, he has to become more than a mere vigilante lost in the scramble for his own gratification. At least that's what Liam Neeson tells him about 5 minutes into the movie. His character represents the League of Shadows, a secret organization that Bruce goes on to train with. Even though their poetic vision of devoting yourself to an ideal to become an unstoppable legend does kind of sound like it's just vigilantism with a few extra steps. And indeed, once they somewhat abruptly reveal themselves to be not just grandiose fanatics who believe they can play judge, jury, and executioner, but also literal genocidal maniacs who are plotting to destroy Gotham in its entirety, Bruce abandons them to return to Gotham with his own vision. Knowing what vigilantism, including the League of Shadows kind, can lead to, Bruce acknowledges and embraces the ideal of institutionalized justice. The benefits of an impartial system that tries criminals without being clouded by emotion. A system that prevents the kind of grandiosity and aggression that can so easily arise when individuals take matters into their own hands. But he also sees the flaws in this system, the gap between how it works on paper and how it plays out in practice. In a dramatized depiction of the vulnerabilities of our own systems of justice in the real world, Gotham demonstrates how the institutions that are meant to protect us can sometimes fail in achieving their purpose, and how, in the worst case, they can succumb to corruption, turning them into facilitators for the very thing they are supposed to prevent. And this is exactly where Bruce sees himself taking action, as the bridge between ideal and reality, an outside protector, a servant who has transcended his own emotionality and ego, and who adopted a symbolic persona that can operate with clear eyes, with restraint, and with mercy to ensure the larger system stays in place. Like a benevolent form of corruption, he sets out to, as he puts it, inspire fear into those who prey on the fearful. In this sense, Bruce starts out as a true Nolan character as we've seen them before, someone who believes he has the right method, the right means to achieve the thing he believes he needs to acquire justice and peace of mind. But there's a catch, because as we saw in Memento and Insomnia, this fixation on altering their outer reality is exactly what tends to prevent Nolan's protagonists from addressing the real problem, the one lying within. And in Batman Begins, we get the same warning from Bruce's childhood friend and later love interest Rachel Dawes. "It's not who you are underneath, it's what you do that defines you," she says to him. What Rachel really means in this context is that it's not who you think yourself to be. It's not your self-image. It's what you actually do that determines who you really are. And indeed, in Memento, the tragedy of Leonard reveals itself when the outer image of a loving husband hunting his wife's killer is shown to be but a mask for what is in actuality a self-delusional and violent man. And in Insomnia too, we had the outer image of a good detective hiding what really was a dirty cop, manipulating his own reality and hurting others in the process. But in Batman Begins, there's a sort of heroic inversion of this conflict. Because here it's the irresponsible, arrogant and rude billionaire that has become the deliberate mask of an individual who in reality is actually completely devoted to his benevolent principles. Or in other words, we have a good man pretending to be someone lesser, instead of the other way around. Which is also what Rachel realizes at the end as she remarks that Batman is not hiding the real Bruce Wayne. It's Bruce Wayne who is hiding Batman, the true expression of his character. The real suggestion here, however, is not to present yourself as a bad human being while secretly being good. It's about considering what part of yourself you really pay attention to. Unlike Nolan's previous protagonists, Bruce Wayne goes on an inner journey from the very beginning. He works through his fear, his anger, through all the traumas and beliefs that otherwise could so easily have led to reactionary and unreflective actions, that so easily could have set him on a path towards tragedy, to instead become someone who truly knows himself, or at least someone who has faced his inner demons enough to be able to meaningfully and confidently engage with the world around him. And this, I think, is also what makes his character so appealing. He represents the ideal of someone who is truly in control of himself, and who is truly dedicated to a higher purpose beyond himself. Because sure, as the billionaire Bruce Wayne, he is someone who has wealth, status, and reputation, but the real reason we admire him is not because he has all those things. It's because of how little it means to him, and how easily he can sacrifice all of it when he has to. This might all sound a bit like a self-help platitude, and there's definitely something to say about the way movies present and mispresent the myth of heroic purpose, which I already did in a different video. But all in all, I do believe that this is what Batman Begins ultimately is. A relatively straightforward and, even though its non-chronological narrative structure might suggest otherwise, a very linear hero's journey. It follows a character escaping his broken world and his broken self to go on a quest to discover the means to restore both. And by the end of it, that's basically what he does. This is not to say that Nolan doesn't add enough nuance to it to inspire some meaningful self-reflection in the viewer, because as I mentioned earlier, by really committing to the premise and really going into the nitty-gritty of Batman's philosophy, I think he does reach for depth where so many other superhero movies just scrape the surface. but I do want to briefly address the individualistic nature of this kind of storytelling in which the protagonist ends up being the main driving force for change in the world of the story, because this will become important later on. So, before Bruce Wayne enters the picture as the grand hero, the status quo of the story is as follows. There is Gotham, a corrupted and crime-infested city victimizing many of its inhabitants. And there's the League of Shadows, a secret organization plotting to destroy Gotham altogether. These two elements not only mark the status quo as the state of things at the beginning of the story, but they are also the defining factors that set the course for the most probable future, which without Batman looks something like this. Gotham will remain in steady decline, eating itself from the inside until the League of Shadows carries out its master plan and gives the city its final push towards complete annihilation. None of this happens, however, precisely because Bruce Wayne chooses to intervene. As Batman, he takes on the mob, the corruption within the police, and eventually the League of Shadows, all of which upset the natural order at the beginning of the story, as well as the natural course it would have taken had he not acted. And that's what I mean when I say that Batman Begins is a linear superhero story, that there is a direct and positive cause and effect here between the heroic effort of the protagonist and the story outcome. I want you to keep this in mind because, as Gordon warns Batman at the end, this seemingly straightforward victory might be a bit premature. And indeed, soon all this will be completely turned on its head, with the movie that will be hailed as an instant masterpiece, as one of the all-time greatest sequels, and as the defining breakout moment that will launch Christopher Nolan into superstardom. Okay, where were we? We covered Nolan's early days, following Memento, Insomnia, stories of flawed and morally compromised individuals deluding themselves into a downward spiral. And we got the heroic inversion of that with Batman Begins, in which the protagonist misleads everyone else to do what is right. Yeah, it wasn't that straightforward, and the seeds for what is to come were already planted. But first we gotta talk about that other one, the one that came before the grand sequel, which over the years seems to have become somewhat of a fan favorite. The Prestige, 2006.
Are you watching closely?
Before he exploded into the mainstream, Nolan made The Prestige, the 19th century period piece about two magicians who become entangled in a violent rivalry while pursuing the perfect teleportation trick. Nolan had been working on the script with his brother Jonathan on and off since around 2000, and was originally going to produce it after Insomnia, but decided to postpone it in favor of Batman Begins. This also explains why compared to that movie, The Prestige feels like a significantly smaller production. It's because it is. With an estimated budget of $40 million, Nolan barely had a third of the money that was available for the superhero reboot, and even slightly less than he had for Insomnia. This is not to say that The Prestige was a step back for Nolan. It certainly wasn't. If anything, I think it displays a kind of freedom that filmmakers today, especially those who have entered the studio system, don't really seem to have anymore. The freedom to pick projects that you feel genuinely passionate about, and the freedom to improve your skills and vision at your own pace without immediately being pushed into the bigger Hollywood machine that only seems to curtail the creative vision of emerging voices, that at best lets them add flavor to existing franchises, instead of really giving them a chance to become true auteurs. For Nolan at least, I think it resulted in a movie that is not only fascinatingly revealing when it comes to Nolan's perspective on his own craft, but that also contains some interesting and often overlooked sociological themes about the nature of progress and about the way it went on to reshape our world in the 20th century. As Kevin S. Decker wrote in his paper on the movie, the entertaining facade of magic, obsession, danger, and rivalry of The Prestige is in itself a kind of illusion that conceals elements of a modern worldview about technology and sacrifice that is so integral to most of our thinking and feeling that we fail to realize that it is a defining philosophy for our age. But before we get into that, let's lay out some groundwork first and discuss Nolan's more general use of metaphor in The Prestige. Because compared to his previous works, he quietly yet significantly ventures into some new territories here as well. In my discussion on Memento, I talked about the way that movie probably best captures the essential themes and ideas that Nolan seems to be most interested in. But I also believe that The Prestige might be the better movie to actually explain them. Besides its intricate structure that jumps back and forth between different perspectives and different time periods, what The Prestige is probably best known for is its metatextual story elements, or the way in which the subject of the story, i.e. the nature and dynamics of magic tricks, is also used to comment on the nature and dynamics of filmmaking. The movie opens and ends with Michael Caine's character Cutter talking about the 3 steps of a magic trick: the pledge, the turn, and the prestige, which roughly resemble the structure of the overall story in which we are introduced to something ordinary, which is then turned extraordinary, and finally brought back to ordinary in a satisfying resolution. The metaphor is kind of on the nose and has already been talked about to death, and so I won't linger on it for too long. But the most important takeaway here is what Borden says about it.
The secret impresses no one. The trick you use it for is everything.
Indeed, the actual secret, the actual prestige or resolution that the movie eventually reveals to us is kind of unimpressive. In short, Christian Bale's Borden achieved his teleportation trick by using a twin brother who he shared his identity with, and Hugh Jackman's Angier did it by using literal magic. Unlike some others, I didn't mind the inclusion of the more science fiction elements. I actually think it carries some deeper thematic weight, which we'll get back to in a minute. And as for Borden's secret, watching the movie now, it seems painfully obvious that his overly non-descriptive partner in crime is just Christian Bale in makeup. But I honestly can't remember if I figured this out during my first viewing, or if I, like Angier, initially dismissed the obvious answer in the hopes of finding a more spectacular one.
I already know how he does it, Robert. Same way he always does, the same way as we do. It's just that you want something more.
Either way, the point here is that in the end, the nature of these revelations doesn't really matter. I'd even say they're supposed to be a bit disappointing. Because as in Nolan's previous movies, it's never about unraveling the grand mystery. It's about the way the grand mystery unravels us. It's about the way the unknown confronts us with the limits of our being. How it leaves us struggling for meaning, for purpose, for some certainty to hold on to. And how this, when left unchecked, can result in dangerous self-delusions and destructive obsessions that can set us on a course towards tragedy. And this The Prestige makes abundantly clear by having not one, but 2 protagonists whose incapacity to truly grasp each other's knowledge, not just the secrets to their tricks, but the secrets to their realities, sends them spiraling into chaos.
How can he not know?
How can he not know?
But unlike his previous movies, in The Prestige, Nolan, for the first time really, also makes a distinctively ontological statement, makes a distinctive comment on the nature of our reality. As Angier explains at the very end, we all know the truth. The world is simple, it's miserable, solid all the way through. Going back to Kevin S. Decker's paper on The Prestige, what Angier expresses here is a specifically modern worldview, one that came out of what in the social sciences is known as the Great Disenchantment, the transition from a pre-modern society that saw the world as magical and mystical, whether through organized religions or through superstitions, fables, spirituality or other forms of belief, to a modern one that more predominantly sees the world as instrumental, physical, as matter devoid of spirit, solid all the way through. And it was this shift that also significantly changed how we see ourselves as part of the world. For when the universe was magical, we saw ourselves as part of that order, that our humanity and all that it signified was a reflection of a greater cosmic meaning, and therefore played a central role in it. But in a disenchanted world, we replaced all this with an order in which, as Decker writes, humans are, for better or worse, just another piece of nature's furniture. And perhaps most importantly, as sociologist Max Weber once observed, it led to a kind of self-interested, instrumental thinking that came to define the philosophical foundation of our technological progress, our approach to problem solving, and our general interaction with each other and with the world. For the modern man, the illusions of a magician are no longer reveries to be enjoyed, they are challenges to his intellect, which we see reflected both in the rivalry between Angier and Borden as they become obsessed with figuring out each other's tricks, and we see it on that metatextual level where we as the audience might find ourselves being engaged with the movie in a way that centers, above anything else, our desire to figure out the puzzle we're presented with. In this framework, the necessity for progress becomes an almost automatic assumption. As Borden mentions early on in the movie, a real magician tries to invent something new that other magicians will scratch their heads over. And perhaps more importantly, the means that are necessary to achieve this also become unbound from any real social or moral consideration. Because again, in a disenchanted reality, the world is instrumental, it's just stuff. And so the actions of our magicians are grounded mostly in cost-benefit analyses. Or to explain it in the words of Jurassic Park's Malcolm, they were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, that they didn't stop to think if they should. This becomes especially clear when Angier meets Tesla, the famous inventor who, in The Prestige at least, seemed to have found the wisdom that maybe some technologies, some means to an end, should not be used. A notion that, as a side note, I'm sure we will see again soon in Oppenheimer. To Angier, however, the idea of self-imposed limitations is complete nonsense, and signifies only as a superfluous obstacle to his all-important need to beat Borden. In response to Tesla's warning, Angier asks him about his own obsessions, and if they didn't lead to any good. To which Tesla replies that they did so at first, but that he followed them for too long.
I am their slave, and one day they will choose to destroy me.
Weber once described this attitude that also seems to lie at the foundation of our modern economic and technological order as an iron cage, one that, despite promising us freedom through progress, actually traps us in a never-ending cycle in which every step forward is seen as inevitable, as if it's going to happen whether we like it or not, and in which every step forward also demands a greater cost. The intention here, however, is not necessarily to condemn modernity. It's more about observing its underlying dynamics and reflecting on the implications that they have on our society and on ourselves. Because just as Nolan doesn't really take a side in the conflict between Angier and Borden, so too did Weber show a certain ambivalence about this iron cage, this machine of modernity, that somehow prevents us, or that at least prevented Weber and Nolan, from definitively judging it. This is in part because there is a seemingly intrinsic element of sacrifice to modern progress that we can't help but admire, at least to some extent. As film critic Kim Newman pointed out, though both magicians become monstrous and destructive characters, neither Borden or Angier entirely lose our sympathy. And so if they possess a redeeming quality, it most likely comes from the revelation that the harm they inflict on each other is also inflicted with an even greater severity on themselves. Borden's sacrifice, especially when it is finally revealed to us, is staggering when you really think about it. The sheer will it must have taken to split your entire being over two halves of a full life, to commit so completely to this sole purpose, almost reflexively invokes a feeling of reverence.
It was the greatest magic trick I've ever seen.
From the beginning, he was already the one whose interest in the art seemed the purest, which made him the better magician on a technical level, but also, as Cutter remarks at one point, a dreadful showman.
The trick was too good, it was too simple. The audience hardly had time to see it.
Indeed, for Borden, the only thing that seems to be of value is the total devotion to the art, and the amount of self-sacrifice that goes into it.
It's the only way to escape all this.
Angier, on the other hand, does understand the importance of dressing up his act, and what he lacks in engineering skills he compensates for with showmanship. As such, he makes up the other side of the coin, so to say, the other element of modern progress that is hard to unambiguously condemn, and that is what it can achieve. Whereas for Borden, ultimate meaning was found in the total dedication to his craft, or in the how of it. For Angier, this meaning came from what his labor could bring into being, or from the why of it. Because again, Angier too understood the nature of the modern world. Simple, miserable, solid all the way through. But his means of escape was not so much found in the craft of the artist, but more so in what it invokes in the audience. Because if you can fool them, he says, even for a second, then you can make them wonder. For Angier, this is what it's all about. That brief moment of transcendence in a disenchanted world. That brief moment of awe in the face of what is, for all intents and purposes, a glimpse of actual magic. As mentioned before, the presence of what seems to be literal magic, of the science fiction part that enables Angier's teleportation trick at the end, also carries a deeper significance here. Early in the movie, Borden mentions he has been working on his own trick, the teleportation one that everybody will remember him for. And when Cotter offers to buy it, he answers no, because he is assured no one but him would be able to perform it. To which Angier replies, any trick can be duplicated. At first, it seems like Borden is right, and knowing how he performs it, we can see why he thought so. It's one thing to have a twin brother, but to also be so committed to each sharing half an identity. Surely that kind of absolute dedication, that kind of sacrifice, cannot be replicated. But as Angier debuts his real transported man, it turns out that Borden was mistaken after all. His authentic act can in fact be duplicated. It can be duplicated over and over. The world is on the brink of new and terrifying possibilities, Angier says as he unveils his machine. And considering these words in the 21st century, now that we've seen such possibilities, both wondrous as well as horrifyingly destructive, that a century ago could may as well have been magic actually come into being, he was absolutely right. As such, as Decker writes in his paper, the Tesla device that represents the terrifying possibilities revealed at the end of the Prestige is, ironically, no illusion at all.
It has no trick. It's real.
In the end, Angier's transported man clearly triumphs over Borden's, whose complete devotion to his art, his great sacrifice, is suddenly rendered insignificant by the sheer power of the machine. But Angier's trick too comes at a cost. The reproductive capability of the transported man is one that requires perhaps the film's most significant sacrifice. Or, from a different perspective, no sacrifice at all, Decker writes. One can wonder after Angier first duplicates himself only to immediately bring the number of Angiers back down from 2 to 1, if we're still seeing the original or the authentic Angier. But the question doesn't really matter, because in his achievement of complete duplicability, it is the very notion of authenticity that was rendered obsolete. It signifies what is perhaps the final sacrifice, the suggested endgame of a system that, in its essence, is a never-ending cycle of production and reproduction, of transcendence and sacrifice, of creation and violence. And especially now, in a time where AIs seem to be invading one of the last frontiers of authenticity by generating, with increasingly terrifying accuracy, our likeness, our voice, our intellect, our creativity and our imagination. It's a prophecy that feels more relevant than ever, and that makes the Prestige only more fascinating with time, because as the machine marches on, and provides us with the spellbinding magic of newer and greater wonders, it is so easy to become transfixed, to become so passively enamored by what goes on the grand stage, that we fail to consider the inevitable human cost that is hidden away behind the curtain, that we fail to consider the true nature of our progress and our technology, because, as Cutter once more reminds us, we don't really want to know. We want to be fooled. Considering all this, The Prestige really was such a pivotal work for Nolan, intertwining individual psychology with more sociological reflections like this, and tying it all together in a compelling narrative that keeps you on the edge of your seat. It's just... I can see now how it must have given him the confidence to take on the big one. The Dark Knight, 2008. Right from its opening shot, The Dark Knight shows us a new and upgraded Christopher Nolan, at least when it comes to cinematography. With IMAX, Nolan now had access to high-resolution cameras and film stock, which he would incorporate increasingly from here on out. None of his movies are completely filmed in this format because A. It's very expensive, and B. The cameras are very impractical. From what I found, they're big, clumsy and noisy, which makes them pretty much unusable in certain situations. And so what we have in The Dark Knight, and what we will have in his upcoming movies, is a mix of two different formats, 65mm IMAX and regular 35mm film. If you're watching the movie at home, it's pretty easy to tell which is which because they have different aspect ratios. Meaning that one moment you'll see these black bars, which is the regular CinemaScope format, but then when there's an IMAX shot, the screen will suddenly open up. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it. As much as I love the IMAX shots in themselves, and believe they have changed Nolan's cinematography for the better, I'll get back to that in a moment, I just find the constant shifting between black bars and no black bars incredibly distracting. Most importantly, however, is that there doesn't seem to be any real narrative motivation behind them. For contrast, look at the way Damien Chazelle's First Man introduces IMAX the moment Neil and his crew land on the moon in an almost seamless transition to enhance the grandeur of this alien landscape. Or how The Hunger Games did something similar at the start of the titular event to emphasize the spectacle of what is to come. There are a few moments like these in Nolan's work, like when Batman is about to face Bane for the first time in The Dark Knight Rises, and when the protagonist of Tenet first steps into what is to him an inverted world. But most of the time, these transitions into or away from IMAX don't seem to have a strong sense of intentionality. He clearly wants to deliver big movies that feel as big as possible, but still there's a general lack of consistency on when and where IMAX is used, even within his grand action set pieces. That has me feeling like Nolan's motivation is mostly driven by practical concerns. Or to put it like this, it feels like Nolan just strives for maximum resolution. And to achieve that, it's IMAX wherever possible, regular CinemaScope wherever not. And it's that lack of deliberateness beyond the mere pursuit for raw image quality that I think is holding him back a little bit, especially seeing as he is, as he'll prove more definitively later on in his career, quite capable, and arguably even quite excellent, at visual storytelling. As for the direct implications of IMAX, just looking at the opening sequence of The Dark Knight alone, there's already so much more life here than pretty much anything that Nolan filmed previously. Shots hold longer and tend to capture more at any given moment, only saving the close-up for the big reveal at the end, which actually feels big now because it stands out compared to the rest of the scene. Nolan's camera also moves around more dynamically, and more attention seems to be paid to the blocking and composition. Altogether, it's just a huge leap forward when it comes to visual presentation. The action scenes still aren't quite there yet, though they've definitely been improved from Batman Begins. It's clear that this isn't Nolan's main interest. However, I will say that whatever Nolan lacks in choreography, he makes up for with concept. We have to jump ahead a bit for the best example of this, but I've always loved the way the final confrontation isn't just a fistfight between the hero and the villain, but a more intricate setup in which, unbeknownst to the police forces that are about to make their move, the bad guys and the hostages are actually reversed, resulting in Batman having to salvage the whole situation by simultaneously taking on his enemies while also preventing the police from harming innocent civilians. Besides being a compelling sequence in its own right, here Nolan also demonstrates his ability to layer his action scenes with thematic weight. Because what this sequence also perfectly captures is the idea that when a system is pushed to its breaking point, when the institutional safeguards can no longer distinguish between right and wrong, it's only the Batman who can see clearly. But at the same time, we're also aware that this advantage came at a price. It came at the cost of a privacy-breaking technology that sacrifices individual liberty for security.
Unethical. Dangerous.
There is more to unpack here, but first let's back up a little bit and examine how exactly The Dark Knight lays out its conflict and weaves it into a variety of highly complex and controversial real-world issues to create not just an exhilarating sequel, but also a fascinating work that critically examines our modern society in the post-9/11 era. At the end of our discussion of Batman Begins, I emphasized how Bruce Wayne's hero's journey was very much a linear one in the sense that he set out to change something in this world. He wanted to stop the mob and the League of Shadows from destroying Gotham, and he pretty much achieved exactly that. And so, in The Dark Knight, you would expect there to be a feeling of victory, and to some extent, there is. Despite not every problem being solved, the institutions that are supposed to provide justice are no longer completely paralyzed by corruption and are increasingly capable of performing their function. At the beginning of the story, the Batman is still an integral part of this new status quo, balancing out the upper hand that criminals once had by invoking fear and by acting outside of the law to prevent its weaknesses from being exploited. But Bruce also knows that if he truly wants to cement his victory and restore the system in fullness, it will have to reach a point where the Batman is no longer necessary.
Whoever the Batman is, he doesn't want to do this for the rest of his life. How could he?
That moment seems to be near when he meets Harvey Dent, in which Bruce sees the kind of heroic integrity that he embodied as the Batman, but now in a more institutionalized form, in the form of a true leader, a hero with a face, as Bruce remarks. But as he's tying up some loose ends early on in the movie, Batman encounters copycats, other vigilantes who were clearly inspired by his example, but who do not seem to follow his strict code of conduct. As Bruce laments,
That wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I said I wanted to inspire people.
It's an early warning that this straight road to victory, this linear hero's journey, is not going to pan out as Bruce had envisioned. And although this particular issue is somewhat benign, an unforeseen consequence to his intention, sure, but not an unmanageable one, it does foreshadow the vastly more disruptive reaction that is to come.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
As the primary antagonist of the sequel, the Joker represents multiple layers of meaning. First and foremost, he signifies a fundamental transition in the nature of Bruce's hero's journey. Because whereas in Batman Begins, Bruce was the main driving force for change in the story, in The Dark Knight, it is the Joker who is now setting things in motion, thereby putting Bruce in a reactive position. To be more precise, because the Joker was unleashed on the city as a direct reaction to the Batman's intervention, Bruce is put in a reactive position where he has to confront specifically the unintended consequences of his own actions, of his own previous victory. In simple terms, in Batman Begins, Batman changed Gotham, and now in The Dark Knight, a changed Gotham is going to change him. And it is this transition that also reflects an interesting societal shift between the way we envisioned progress in the 20th century and how we experience it now in the 21st one. To elaborate on this, we can briefly turn to German sociologist Ulrich Beck. In his highly influential Risk Society thesis, he argues that we have entered a second phase of modernity, whereas the first phase, the one that covered most of the 20th century, was largely defined by linear economic and technological progress, kind of like the story in Batman Begins. In this second phase, we are now confronted with the unintended and unexpected consequences of that progress, and more specifically, with the new risks that have emerged from it.
Modern society has become a risk society in the sense that it is increasingly occupied with debating, preventing, and managing risk that it itself has produced.
Besides being self-inflicted or self-caused, these new risks are also characterized by their many unknown variables that have significantly subverted traditional risk analyses. Think of the risks posed by global environmental change or the fragility of our global economic systems, both of which cover a scale that is so vast, both in space and in time, that it's nearly impossible to meaningfully anticipate what can go wrong and what the consequences will be. This we also see in the Joker, who is not just an unexpected consequence of Batman's crusade, but also one that doesn't fit into it conceptually, who doesn't fit into the plan.
They're schemers. Schemers trying to control their little worlds. I'm not a schemer. I try to show the schemers how pathetic their attempts to control things really are.
Though everybody was already aware of him quite early on, the Joker was initially dismissed as a small-time criminal, insignificant in the supposedly real fight against the mob.
What about this Joker guy? One man or the entire mob? He can wait.
Even the mob failed to anticipate the true nature of the Joker, as they thought they were turning to a simple hitman to get rid of the Batman, completely oblivious to the storm that they were about to release upon Gotham and upon themselves. And even then, Bruce initially tries to understand him through what is now clearly an outdated view of the situation, claiming that criminals aren't complicated and that he just has to figure out what he's after. To which Alfred correctly replies that some men aren't looking for anything logical like money, and that if Bruce wants to mitigate this new threat, he will have to start thinking differently. When Beck first presented his thesis, the kind of risks that he was describing were more complicated and different in their nature to the ones that we were facing before, but they were still by and large blows of fate, natural disasters and bad luck. But as he developed his work into the 21st century, there was another unexpected phenomenon that came to increasingly dominate our societal fears and that yet again fundamentally altered our perception of risk by taking an equation that was mostly focused on the accidental and replacing the element of chance with malicious intent. That phenomenon was terrorism. I once described The Dark Knight as the ultimate post-9/11 movie, and I still think that very much rings true. There is the somewhat obvious equating of the Joker with a terrorist figure, but his villainy goes deeper than that. As Beck also explained about terrorism, it's not so much the actual danger, but more so the anticipation of danger that is the real driving force for change here. The Dark Knight emphasizes this over and over again, because sure, like terrorists, the Joker poses an actual threat. But it's the anticipation of his actions, which he always makes sure to announce, that becomes the true disruptive force wreaking havoc on Gotham and its citizens. What the Joker exposes here, albeit somewhat indirectly, is just how much any civilization is built on a kind of trust that we tend to take for granted, on an almost unconscious leap of faith in the goodness, or at the very least, in the non-threatening nature of our fellow human beings, that allows us to coexist in relative safety. And it is precisely this feeling, this trust, more than anything physical or concrete, that the Joker attacks by being the pure embodiment of malicious intent, of the potential for terror and harm that can strike us anywhere, at any time, and by anyone, that makes us fundamentally distrust each other, makes us lose faith in our protective institutions and leaders, that turns us fearful, violent, and cruel. This is the essence of the fight against terrorism, and the main conflict in The Dark Knight, not a battle of territory or of the flesh, but a battle of the soul.
Does it depress you, Commissioner, to know just how alone you really are?
But, as Nolan also shows us, in a rather true Nolan fashion, the Joker makes a mistake here by assuming that this fearful, anarchistic state of being that grips the citizens of Gotham is their natural state, that this is the true face of their humanity, and not merely the exchanging of one belief for another.
I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
This is what I think the sort of prisoner's dilemma during the ferry sequence at the end really demonstrates. It's not so much about whether or not we are fundamentally good or bad, it's more about what we choose to believe, about what kind of humanity we choose to be. Do we let the anticipation of catastrophe fill us with fear and distrust? Do we let it make us act with violence and cruelty? Or do we stick to our humanity? Do we let our actions be dictated by conscience instead of by panic? Do we assume the worst of others? Or do we put our faith in their potential for good? Though on the surface, the outcome here gives reason for optimism, the real question was never really what side would win the battle. Instead, What Nolan seems more interested in is the price that was paid by fighting it, and how it nevertheless changed something fundamental about Gotham and about Batman. This we see reflected in Bruce's more internal struggle. At one point, Bruce mentions to Alfred that he sees now what he would have to become to stop men like the Joker.
Today I found out what Batman can't do. He can't endure this.
There is a more straightforward interpretation of this in which Bruce is worried about the means that he would have to employ, because the tragic irony of fighting terrorism is that the measures against it also tend to erode the very principles of democracy, freedom and justice we want to protect from it.
This is wrong.
I've got to find this man, Lucius.
And indeed, Bruce does end up using a highly controversial sonar device to track down the Joker, which poses a significant intrusion on the people's privacy and reflects the cost on individual liberty in the hopes of reclaiming security. But in another interpretation, or rather, in a deeper layer hidden within Bruce's realization, there is also an awareness about the more personal cost that fighting the Joker could lead to. The cost of blood on his hands, and specifically, the blood of those he cares about. This is perhaps the one thing that Bruce cannot endure, and the one thing that pierces right into the weakness of his character and of his Batman persona. Because up until the Joker, Bruce believed that, as the Batman, he could intervene in Gotham, that he could meddle with the world, while remaining detached from it. Both in the sense that he operated outside of the law, but also in the sense that he was a sort of non-person actor, someone who had skin in the game, but also not really. Because when he was putting himself on the line, he wasn't acting as Bruce, as someone who had people he cared about and was capable of losing. No, he was acting as a symbolic persona, and this is precisely what the Joker also goes on to attack. Because again, the effectiveness of terrorism stems from its invasion of the private sphere, from attacking us where we normally feel safe. We quite literally see the Batman losing his composure and breaking down into Bruce during the interrogation scene where the Joker reveals that besides having kidnapped Harvey Dent, he's also captured Rachel. Like the rest of Gotham, Bruce here, for the first time really since he started his Batman journey, is also overcome with fear, with the anticipation of losing someone he loves. In this context, the Joker's switching of the addresses also poses a meaningful reflection, because what on the surface might seem like it's just the Joker being a trickster, on a more symbolic level, we can also interpret the progression of the scene as a reflection of how Bruce loses Rachel specifically because he acted in the anticipation of losing her, which caused him to make a decision not based in reason or in good faith, but out of panic, the very panic that the movie ends up arguing against. The death of Rachel is also a turning point for Harvey Dent, who loses his ideals and turns into Two-Face. As a villain, he feels a bit tacked on, but he does complete the Joker's breakdown of Bruce's vision of the Batman, and of the kind of Gotham he thought he could create through it. As mentioned before, Bruce's endgame was establishing Harvey as the city's White Knight, as the heroic figure that would eliminate the need for a Batman. But in the end, it's been made painfully clear that things won't be as simple as that they can't be as simple as that. As Batman takes the fall for Harvey's crimes, and truly becomes a Dark Knight, we are reminded not so much of what is achieved, but rather of what is lost in the process, of the beliefs that have been broken, and the difficult choices that have been made to try and reconstruct them. Nolan leaves the question open-ended enough for us to make up our own mind, to reflect for ourselves where we would draw the line, what we would sacrifice to reclaim our sense of security. The only certainty we're given is that the simple dream of heroism, the linear progress towards an easy and definitive victory, is gone forever. The Dark Knight was just lightning in a bottle. It received almost unanimous praise from critics and audiences alike, broke box office records and pretty much single-handedly altered the course of the superhero genre, maybe even film history as a whole. And then the announcement of his next project, a completely original high-concept science fiction action movie made with what appears to be total artistic and financial freedom. All eyes sure were on Nolan now. Inception, 2010.
What is the most resilient parasite?
With its extensive opening sequence, Nolan's Inception immediately communicates to us that this is a movie where you are going to have to keep your eyes open and critically question the reality of what you are watching. Because even though its initial premise, thieves breaking into people's dreams to steal information, sounds pretty straightforward on first impression, the movie directly adds a complication by revealing that the assumed reality was actually a dream, and therefore that the dream was actually a dream within a dream. It's a mind-bending sequence that sets the stage and already provides an underappreciated amount of exposition in a compelling way for what will be the main event. A groundbreakingly complex but also surprisingly emotional journey into the depths of the unconscious mind. It's an important moment in Nolan's career too, as Inception was, in many ways, his most personal movie. He had been working on it for decades, had his first solo writing credit since Memento. In short, this was his vision. If it had failed, the failure would have been all his. But fortunately for Nolan, and for us, not only did Inception not fail, it became, and arguably still is, his magnus opus.
I guess I thought that the dream space would be all about the visual, but it's more about the feel of it.
Given its enormous success, it's easy to underestimate just how much of a challenge it was to make this movie work. In Tom Schoen's book The Nolan Variations, Nolan talks, among other things, about the difficulty of incorporating dreams without erasing real-world stakes. Unlike in The Matrix, where characters who die in the simulation also die in real life, Nolan couldn't quite make that work for dreams, because if you die while you're asleep, you simply wake up. So how to make that dream world matter? How to add real suspense here? Or as Nolan put it, how do you address the idea of dream life and raise those stakes without invalidating the experience of the audience watching the film? The solution, as Schoen explains, was found by bringing the audience into the act of deception. And this is also where Nolan found the right genre for his science fiction concept, the heist movie. Stories in heist movies are in large part defined by creating an illusion while secretly executing a devious scheme. And so in the context of Inception, this is where the stakes in the dream world would come from, not so much from anything that happens in the actual dream, but more so from the suspense of whether or not the target would realize they are dreaming.
Why are we going to Paris? We're gonna need a new architect.
A common trope in this genre, as was popularized by Ocean's 11, is the assembling of the crew, because that's the other interesting thing about heist movies, as Nolan explained. They're about putting teams together to do things that individuals cannot do. Like in The Prestige, Nolan again turned to the language that he knew, the language of filmmaking, to bring his band together. This is why all the team members, as we eventually get to meet them, so closely resemble roles that you also find on a movie production. There's the director, the producer, the designer, actor, and even the studio to back them up with the necessary funds. But I think these metatextual elements run deeper than this, perhaps even more so than Nolan initially intended. Because on closer examination, Inception's exploration of the nature of dreams is also very much an exploration of the nature of cinema. Take this scene for example, in which Cobb explains to Ariadne how we never really remember the beginning of a dream and always end up right in the middle of what's going on, only to then ask her,
So how did we end up here?
Well, we just came from the,
As it turns out, they're not actually in a cafe, they're in a dream. Ariadne simply assumed the reality as it was presented to her, not questioning where exactly they came from or how they got there. And the interesting thing is, neither did we, because that's how the language of film works. A scene can cut from this moment to this one, and we just subconsciously fill in the blanks.
You create the world of the dream. We bring the subject into that dream, and they fill it with their subconscious.
The conversation also demonstrates how adapting the heist genre also solved the inevitable exposition problem. The problem of having to convey lots of information about its highly complicated concept, which consisted of, among all the other story elements, explaining the different dream levels, the shared dreaming, the time dilation, the Escher-esque illusions, the function of the totems, the nature of limbo, and, of course, the act of Inception itself. Because in a heist movie, as Sean points out, the exposition pretty much is the plot. Personally, I'd even say it's part of the fun. Because yes, even though the movie contains lots of exposition, with some of it being delivered quite awkwardly in character dialogues, by and large, I just love the way the movie really gets down into the nitty-gritty of its own concept. Not just because I think that Nolan makes great use of the dream world to explain it all in a visually engaging and comprehensible way, but also because I think it just really draws you into the story. And by this, I don't mean the actual plot of convincing some business guy to break up his company, which quite obviously is but a device to set in motion the real story. The story of a broken man trying to find his way home.
And this job, this last job, that's how I get there.
I've always been somewhat amazed by the way Inception, despite being an action-packed science fiction heist movie, also had such a surprisingly emotional story at its core, which at the time of its release was quite unusual for Nolan, who, while obviously having a great interest in human psychology, always seemed to approach it more conceptually and intellectually. I'll elaborate a bit more on this in the next discussion. It wasn't until years later that I learned that the reason Inception felt so different was actually because of Leonardo DiCaprio. Initially, Nolan wrote the movie as more of a genre film, one that was more focused on the heist and which didn't really have an emotional story because, as he later explained, a heist movie inherently is not an emotional genre. But when DiCaprio came on board, he pushed Nolan into a more character-based direction and sat with him for months to rework the script to centralize and emphasize the tragic love story between his character Dom Cobb and his deceased wife Mel, played by Marion Cotillard. The success of this influence, I think, is best revealed at the very end, which, like a typical Nolan movie, is undeniably impactful and cathartic, but which, unlike a typical Nolan movie, does not end with some grand philosophical statement over a fast-moving montage, but with a relatively simple scene that relies purely on emotion. To be fair, Inception's ending is greatly elevated by Hans Zimmer, who composed for the final sequence a piece that has since been widely recognized as one of the best he's ever created. But still, it is quite remarkable how so much is conveyed with so little. There are no meaningful words that are spoken here. There are just silent nods, and the almost surreal feeling of, after having ventured so deep into the dream world, of actually being back in the real world again, of finally having made our way home. After more than a decade of examinations and analyses, I'm not sure if there's much ambiguity left as to what the ending of Inception really means. I feel that by now most people understand that the true resolution here doesn't have anything to do with the question of whether Cobb is still dreaming or not, but instead is about him choosing to return home, about him choosing to be with his children regardless of the quote-unquote objective nature of his reality. And yet, that final shot did, and still does, seem to invite us to question if what we're seeing is real. Especially after having been trained for over 2 hours to always be highly vigilant about the distinction between what is a dream and what is not. It's an ending that naturally prompts us to search for clues that might give away the secret, to examine closely that little wobble in the spinning totem, to discover the quote-unquote truth. In fact, you can, as many have done, approach the whole movie like this. Take it apart piece by piece, zoom in on every little connection, every tiny symbol, every suspiciously placed musical note. And all that is perfectly fine. It has actually revealed a lot of details that have only increased my appreciation for the movie. But if the final message is that the question of what is real doesn't matter, and that approaching the movie solely as a puzzle to be solved is missing the point, then why provoke the question in the first place? Why end on the totem and not on, let's say, a close-up shot of Cobb hugging his children with the spinning totem blurred out in the background? Well, I think this is because Nolan didn't want to end the movie with a cut-and-dried resolution. I think he did want to end it with a challenge for the audience. Just not the one you might think. One of my favorite examinations of Inception comes from Karen D. Hoffman. In her paper, False Tattoos and Failed Totems, Hoffman used the work of philosopher Soren Kierkegaard to understand both Nolan's Memento and Inception, which, thematically speaking, are very much intertwined. As Hoffman writes, not only are Leonard and Cobb dealing with the problem of distinguishing what is objectively true from what merely appears to be, both are also asked to confront questions about who they are, to take responsibility for the choices they've made, and to work toward becoming the individuals they would like to be. In Kierkegaard's terms, both protagonists are confronted by questions pertaining to subjective as well as objective truth. They must commit to values and interpretations that lack objective certainty, but that will nevertheless be crucial to shaping their identities and their relation to others and the worlds in which they live. In the discussion on Memento, I already covered the way Nolan often uses the lack of objective reality as a vehicle to explore his true fascination, the limits and implications of our subjectivity. And so here I want to dive a bit deeper into one element of that which is also more explicitly present in Inception, and that is the notion of finding ideas that have a truly transformative power, or as Cobb puts it, finding an idea that sticks.
Once an idea has taken hold of the brain, it's almost impossible to eradicate. An idea that is fully formed, fully understood, that sticks. Right in there somewhere.
Kierkegaard distinguished between objective and subjective truth, with objective truth referring to the factual, to the knowledge that stands apart from the individual observer, and subjective truth referring more to the way that knowledge is appropriated, valued, and integrated into the life of the observer, thereby transforming it into something that is deeply connected to them, and that relates specifically to their individuality. And it's this kind of truth, as Kierkegaard argues, that is more important than we generally assume, and is what truly defines us as human beings. As I also mentioned in the Memento discussion, and as Hoffman also emphasizes, Kierkegaard isn't making the problematic assertion that we can render what is objectively false objectively true by wanting or believing it. Instead, his point is that there is a kind of knowledge that can be more important to us than the factual reality, not in an objective sense, but in an existential one. Inception actually covers this at length, as Cobb and his team are trying to figure out how to complete their mission of incepting within Fisher, the business guy who just inherited his dead father's imperium, an idea that will lead him to break the company apart. Notice how they're not trying to impose on Fisher an objective truth. They're not trying to convince him that the company's numbers are bad, that there's a better deal somewhere else, or that there's some other kind of factual reason that makes it more sensible for him to tear the whole business down. They're not making a rational appeal, they're making an emotional one, an existential one that relates to the core of Fisher's identity, to his passions, his beliefs, to his innermost desires as a human being. Because Cobb knows that these are the kind of ideas that truly define us, that truly drive and motivate us, that we truly base our choices and decisions on. And they are rooted not in the factual, but beyond that, in the deeper interior of our beliefs, of our emotions, and of our unconscious self. And it's this last one in particular, as Inception shows us, that demonstrates why acknowledging the power of subjective truth is so important. It's because without truly looking inward, without truly reflecting on our inner selves, we become oblivious to what's really driving us. We let our unconscious self take over to wreak havoc within our minds and within our lives. This is Cobb's main struggle, because when it comes to his own self and identity, he insists that knowing what is objectively true is more important than what is subjectively true, that his rational self controls his unconscious self, which is why we so often see him reaching for his totem in moments of distress. It's because he believes that this is what gives him certainty, that this is how he regains control, while in actuality it's a delusion that allows him to ignore what's really going on the inside, that allows him to ignore what is truly defining his character and his actions, which is not the factual but that which lies deeper, his grief, his guilt, and his fear to confront the reality of his situation and of himself.
Come back to reality, Tom. Please.
There is an interesting and, in my opinion, fun interpretation of Inception that assumes that the whole movie is actually a dream in which not Fisher, but Cobb is the target for Inception. To be clear though, I believe that the most straightforward interpretation of Inception is the correct one. That Cobb did in fact make his way home, and that all the scenes that were presented as taking place in the real world actually did. But I think this alternative reading is a great way to highlight Cobb's journey and transformation over the course of the story. So, in this scenario, Cobb, very much like the dream addicts we see at one point, is perpetually stuck in non-reality, clinging to his totem, which was actually Mal's totem, to delude himself into believing his false reality, the one where he doesn't have to confront his inner self, is the real one. And so, in a somewhat desperate attempt, his friends devise a ruse. They come up with this corporate job that, if completed, grants him an almost magical way home, which of course really serves to get Cobb to journey deeper into his own subconscious.
And this job, this last job, that's how I get there.
The beauty here is that, like the trick they pull on Fisher, Cobb is basically deceived into working against his own subconscious self. And so, as he takes on the job, he, somewhat ironically, uses his own talent and skills to venture further inward, which allows his friends to carefully get him to see for himself how his unresolved grief is disrupting his functionality.
The truth that at any minute you might bring a freight train through the wall. The truth that Mal is bursting through your subconscious.
After all, as is often emphasized, for Inception to succeed, we have to feel as if our ideas are truly ours. And so, it is important that Cobb comes to understand for himself that if he wants the mission to succeed, that if he truly wants to come home, he needs to go to the absolute root of his self-delusion and confront whatever it is he encounters there.
Admit it. You don't believe in one reality anymore. So choose.
Again, I don't think this is the correct reading of the movie, but I like how it shows more explicitly that the actual story is about Cobb reflecting on himself, confronting his past, taking responsibility for his mistakes, and actively deciding who he wants to be. As he embraces his children and leaves his totem behind, he demonstrates his acknowledgement that in the end it's the subjective truth that really matters, that these are the ideas that stick, that truly define us, and that, if we consciously engage with them, can transform us and our lives for the better. And this brings us back to that final shot, that final challenge that Nolan leaves us with, which I think is his way of asking us. Well, I just showed you how Cobb broke free of the spiral, how he was able to let go of what doesn't matter to focus instead on what does. Now, after all this, can you do the same? Will you remain like Leonard in Memento, stuck in a loop chasing after objective certainty, all the while missing the truth of what is really going on? Or can you look past the totem to reflect on your own psychological reality? Can you confront the convictions that are locked away in your subconsciousness? Can you face what's hiding in the basement of your inner being? All the emotions, memories, ideas and traumas that are truly driving you, that are truly defining who you are. And from here, can you decide what truly matters? Can you commit to an idea that lacks objective certainty but that is nevertheless existentially significant, specifically to you? All this is easier said than done, because as Kierkegaard emphasizes, by letting go of the idea of objective certainty in favor of that which is subjectively true, by acknowledging that the essence of our identity is rooted in what we ourselves choose to invest in, we are basically asked to take a leap of faith, to embrace and commit ourselves to an uncertain future, to an uncertain reality. This we also see in the final sequence where, after having reconciled with Mal, Cobb also has to bring back Sado, who, by the time Cobb reaches Limbo, has aged decades and who is at risk of becoming lost altogether, or, as Cobb put it earlier, who is at risk of becoming an old man filled with regret, waiting to die alone, unless he takes the leap of faith.
Come back, so we can be young men together again.
What Nolan also demonstrates in these final minutes, albeit more implicitly, is that all this isn't just a matter of individual psychology. It's a relational issue too, taking that leap of faith into subjective truth. It's not something we just do on our own, we also do it together. And this is a notion that will come back in his later movies too, especially Tenet, which is frustratingly fascinating when it comes to its thematic presentation. It's the notion that, in a very real sense, the only reason our world functions is because we collectively put our trust in it, because we choose to believe it is real. In the end, this might just be the defining factor in Cobb's victory, and what makes the final catharsis such an emotionally powerful one. It's not just that Cobb has reconciled himself with his own inner being, but also that, after having been severed from each other by incompatible beliefs and conflicting realities for so long, everyone is now on the same plane of existence again. They established a new harmony, a new collectively agreed upon reality from which life is possible. I think this may have been the one where he truly proved himself as an auteur. He didn't just establish definitively and with clarity his own name, his own brand, but also his vision, his philosophy on the nature of cinema and, in many ways, of humanity in general. At this point there are clear patterns emerging, stylistically, thematically, and he's so close to being truly set free, to pursue projects that are completely his own. But before we embark on the road to Oppenheimer, there is one more story to wrap up. The Dark Knight Rises, 2012. I vividly remember watching The Dark Knight Rises in theaters for the first time. Like most people who were anticipating the conclusion to Nolan's Batman trilogy, my expectations were sky high, which had me a bit worried because I also realized that there was no way the movie was going to live up to them. Either way, I was ready to love it. I wanted to love it. And on the night of its premiere, there was a lot that I did enjoy. But at the same time, I also didn't leave the theater with the same excitement that I felt after experiencing Nolan's previous movies for the first time. Which was frustrating because for the longest time I couldn't really articulate why. And so in the years that followed I watched all the videos about it. Mostly the positive ones because I felt the straight up haters tended to be too harsh and mostly uninformative. But even after seeing in-depth breakdowns about why The Dark Knight Rises is a masterpiece, how it's better than I remember, how it's deeper than I thought, and even after agreeing with many of the arguments that were being made, whenever I then go and actually re-watch the movie, I'm just not feeling it. For some reason, despite having a lot of well-executed individual elements, and despite containing themes and ideas that on paper could have been quite promising, the totality of The Dark Knight Rises, unlike Nolan's previous movies, for me just didn't end up being more than the sum of its parts. In fact, I'd even say it ended up being a little bit less. And this time around, I think I finally figured out why. To be clear, I don't think The Dark Knight Rises is a bad movie. As far as superhero blockbusters go, it's still pretty entertaining. But as a Nolan movie, I think this might be the first one where his strengths do not outweigh his flaws. Which is obviously a shame, but it also makes for a fascinating case study. Because, to use the language of The Prestige, it's only when the magician doesn't quite pull off the grand illusion that we can see through the cracks, see the nuts and bolts that really hold it together, and that we can get a better understanding of how the magic is usually made.
I knew Harvey Dent, and it will be a very long time before someone inspires us the way he did.
The Dark Knight Rises takes place 8 years after the events of the previous movie. The death of Harvey Dent led to a new piece of legislation, the Dent Act, which cleaned the streets of Gotham from organized crime. And Bruce Wayne, still struggling with the death of Rachel, retired the Batman and by and large retreated himself from public life. I generally like this premise because it does not make light of the events of the Dark Knight. It demonstrates how the conflict with the Joker and the sacrifice that was made to resolve it did actually lead to a new status quo, one that is notably different from the one that we had at the beginning of the Dark Knight. I also like how it emphasizes that the Joker did in fact break the Batman persona, that he did tear down the walls that Bruce Wayne thought could separate him from the real world, to leave him once again in a state of psychological disarray. And it is in this last part, in Bruce's more personal journey to rise again from darkness, where I think The Dark Knight Rises shines most brightly. Because when you consider it in isolation, Bruce's character arc is quite well executed, and provides what I think most people will agree are the movie's highlights: the descent into the pit, the rediscovery of strength and purpose, the ascension back into the light, and finally, having found peace and new life. It's definitely a satisfying conclusion to Bruce's story, and to the Dark Knight trilogy as a whole, but when looking at it in the broader context of The Dark Knight Rises, I also feel like Bruce's journey isn't supported by the rest of the movie, and that there even is a lot of friction and thematic confusion where there should be a clear and unifying whole. Because as understandable as it is to have this final movie focus more on Bruce's character and personal journey, the issue is that, unlike in Inception, where Leonardo DiCaprio brought a lot of emotional gravitas to the story, in the Batman movies there never was much room for such genuine emotion. As I talked about in the section on Batman Begins, these movies have always been more of a philosophical exercise rather than a true character study. For example, were you really that invested in the love story between Bruce and Rachel? Or did you just accept it conceptually as one element in Bruce's Batman journey? And by extension, did you really feel Rachel's death in The Dark Knight was a genuinely sad moment? Or was it mostly an interesting turn of events? Mind you, this is not a criticism, it's just an observation of the storytelling approach that Nolan assumed for both Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. In fact, I think this is one of the main reasons why those movies were so widely appealing and successful, even beyond superhero fans. It's precisely because they took that individual hero's journey and grounded it within a broader examination of philosophical concepts and societal developments. And this is probably my main issue with The Dark Knight Rises, that even though the foundation of Bruce's journey is solid, it's the rest of the story that doesn't seem to have much to say, or at least not with that same vigor with which Nolan usually challenges his audience. And this has significant consequences for how we experience the movie in its totality. Because when you really think about it, what is The Dark Knight Rises actually about? Aside from Bruce's story, that is. What's really going on in the rest of Gotham, and with the new villain? And how is it all related to each other? How does it all connect into that great battle of competing ideas that usually makes a Nolan movie so fascinating? Let's begin with the Dent Act, the most direct legacy from the events of The Dark Knight, and probably the most important element of the new status quo at the beginning of Rises. Because as a new legislative weapon against the mob, we're shown that it's good, but also not really. I get that we're supposed to have conflicted feelings about it considering the morally dubious nature of its origins, and that on a more symbolic level, the state of Gotham at the beginning of Rises is supposed to feel like somewhat of a facade that is doomed to come down. But still, I think there's a difference between conveying a conflicted situation and just sending the audience contradictory signals. And The Dark Knight Rises, unfortunately, seems to fall in the latter category when it comes to setting up its premise. Because on the one hand, we really do get a clear victory here, and Nolan has even said in an interview that there had to be one to make the sacrifice at the end of The Dark Knight meaningful. And indeed, despite being built on a lie, the new status quo looks genuinely great in the beginning. Organized crime is all but eradicated, peacetime has been declared, and all the cops will soon, as Blake points out, be chasing overdue library books.
When you and Dad cleaned up the streets, you cleaned them good.
But on the other hand, Bane's eventual uprising also suggests a pre-existing civil unrest. A storm is coming, as Selina says to Bruce. The orphans are being neglected, and Blake also occasionally points out how the Dent Act might be a little too strict, sending criminals to prison without chance of parole and whatnot. And so, which is it? Are all these prisoners a signifier of something good? Of finally having cleaned the streets of all those who prey on the fearful, as Batman once set out to do? Or are they a sign of the repressed, of a police system that has gone too far? And by extension, is the general population actually unhappy with Gotham as it is now? Is there any real groundwork here suggesting that the city is a ticking time bomb for violent upheaval? To me, it felt like none of these questions were communicated with enough clarity for us to feel our way into the story, to connect ourselves with the soul of Gotham, and to prepare us for the conflict that is to come.
Gotham! Take control! Take control of your city!
So let's talk about Bane, because even though I really liked Tom Hardy's portrayal of a more physically imposing enemy to Batman, and even though I think he also had great potential as a villain that could have challenged Batman on that more philosophical level like the Joker did, I do think Bane suffered significantly by having to upset a status quo that wasn't clearly established, and then suffered even more by not engaging with it in a truly meaningful way. But first off, I do want to mention that I do really love the way he slowly rises up from the sewers of Gotham. That, I think, is a much more interesting symbolic reflection of the hidden corruption that lies just beneath the surface of the Dent Act. Also, I want to credit Nolan here for making his first genuinely great fight scene. The first confrontation between Batman and Bane beautifully reveals character information, looks fantastic visually, has amazing sound design, and is just an altogether exhilarating experience. But after sending Bruce into the pit and finally making his grand entrance into Gotham, Bane's villainy quickly starts to feel confusing, needlessly convoluted, and perhaps above all, kind of pointless. Because before all this unfolds, we already know Bane's true motivation, which has nothing to do with revolution or freedom or whatever it is he presents to the city. No, in reality he wants to carry out the plan that the League of Shadows had in Batman Begins, which was to just destroy Gotham in its entirety. But despite having a nuclear bomb at his disposal, he doesn't set it off immediately because, and this is perhaps where the true thematic conflict is revealed, he doesn't just want to destroy Gotham and kill Bruce, he also wants both to experience true despair, which, in his view, does not exist without hope. And so he leaves Bruce down in the pit to stare up at the light he'll never reach, and brings a false revolution to Gotham to ignite hope before confronting them with the ultimate despair.
As I terrorize Gotham, I will feed its people hope to poison their souls.
The real problem here, however, is that all this feels more like a retroactive justification to bridge the time that Bruce needs for his broken back to heal, and less like a true philosophical statement. And more specifically, it doesn't feel like a true philosophical statement in the sense that every aspect of the movie serves to examine it, to explore different arguments, and to ultimately deepen our understanding about it. Again, The Dark Knight did this excellently. We weren't just told about its philosophical conflict by the Joker, we felt it through the citizens of Gotham as they were increasingly gripped by fear and panic. We felt it through all the unintended consequences hinting at further escalation. We felt it by the way every action that Bruce took as the Batman, things only seemed to get worse and worse, leaving him with ever more desperate measures to stay ahead. But in The Dark Knight Rises, however, because the initial setup of Gotham was already so unclear, the wider implications of Bane's intervention also remain rather vague and disjointed.
It's a stock exchange. There's no money you can steal.
Really? Now why are you people here?
On first impression, it seems that Nolan again wanted to include some societal reflection like he did in The Dark Knight, this time apparently tapping into the cultural aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. But especially looking back on the movie now, these references only add more confusion about the conflict between hope and despair. Because even though Bane claims to be a liberator, and even though he does seem to incite some kind of revolt against the quote-unquote elite, who is really rising up here? And who is really being victimized? Or to put it like this, from our perspective as the audience, are we supposed to assume that the general population of Gotham actually sees Bane as a revolutionary leader for the city's downtrodden? That they really see him as a source for hope in some kind of vaguely anti-capitalist uprising? Or are we supposed to assume that Gotham sees Bane as we understand him, as a warmongering oppressor who only manages to rile up a small band of fanatic fascists and criminals? Besides a brief and rather non-descriptive montage of chaos and upheaval, there's just no real clarity here about how exactly the city reacts, about how the city feels. This probably becomes most evident in the way the reveal of the truth about Harvey Dent is handled, because despite supposedly being this great moral conflict, this great lie at the heart of Gotham's soul, ultimately the grand revelation barely impacts the story at all. Bane coincidentally happens upon it, and then casually throws it out there, almost as a side note, in his preaching about taking Gotham back from the nebulous corrupt. There's just very little explicit thematic content here. The sociological elements regarding class struggle feel more like window dressing, and on that more existential level regarding hope and despair, it also covers little ground. Because what do we really learn in Gotham that helps Bruce's journey? They certainly have a plot going on as they are struggling against Bane through some kind of underground resistance. But thematically speaking, what dynamics, propositions, or arguments are really being examined here? Is their hope for survival really deepening their despair, as Bane suggested? Or is it just giving them a reason to keep going? And if so, how does this relate to what Bruce learns? Because down here, as he's trying to make his way out of the pit, we do get a much clearer thematic progression. We learn that Bruce cannot make the climb while being tethered to a safety rope, a clear representation of his denial of his fear of death, which, as is argued here, he needs to let go of if he wants to maximize his potential. And so while Bane may have argued that there can be no true despair without hope, what Bruce seems to learn here is that the opposite is also true. That there can be no true hope without despair. To fully step into the light, to embrace life in its fullness, is to also acknowledge its inevitable end, to embrace our vulnerability and our mortality, instead of fearfully looking away from it. Now that is real thematic content. That is a real series of arguments leading to a conclusion. And so again, moving back to Gotham, what do the citizens really add to this? What do we learn from them about the nature of despair, or about the means to overcome it? The same goes for Bane. What does he add to this? Because besides setting Bruce up with an initial hypothesis,
I learned here that there can be no true despair without hope.
There's no real back and forth anymore between them that allows for deeper exploration. Bane just kind of leaves, and the two don't meet again until the final fistfight. And this is what I meant when I said that The Dark Knight Rises as a whole doesn't really have all that much to say. It presents a solid psychological journey in a relatively contained sequence, but doesn't add much substance to it with its broader story, which feels like it's only marginally related, and which lacks the clarity and depth to add anything truly meaningful to it.
They might hit the button when it starts.
When what starts?
War.
This also explains why, for me at least, the finale is kind of a drag. It's because once Bruce makes his way out of the pit and back to Gotham, thematically speaking, the story is pretty much over. Bruce already has all the means that are necessary to complete his journey. He found the will to live, he found hope. Now it's just a matter of punching Bane in the face and stopping the big bomb from going boom. There's no more philosophical engagement, no final ace in the hole, like the Joker used to flip the story on its head minutes before the credits. There is, however, one last twist in which Talia is revealed to be the true villain, but this one feels kind of pointless. It doesn't really change the story moving forward, as it just swaps out one villain for another, and it doesn't retroactively shed a new light on her character and actions. Bane's plan could have, and did for the most part, unfold without her, and so it's not like she was some missing piece of the puzzle. She was just being secretly evil on the sideline. The only character who is truly changed here is Bane, and I wouldn't say it's for the better. This might be a matter of personal preference, but I thought that after already being a needlessly convoluted fake revolutionary, the revelation that Bane was also a loving protector only diluted the intensity of his villainy even further. In hindsight, I would have preferred him to be just an unambiguous warmongering fascist, a pure force of aggression that rendered Gotham completely helpless through sheer oppression, and that invoked despair not by half-baked philosophizing about hope, but by just being the absolute embodiment of death. This is not to say that Bane couldn't have any backstory, but if Nolan's approach to the superhero story has proven anything over the course of this trilogy, it's that the philosophical conflict becomes most interesting when characters are these extreme personifications of their own ideologies, and when every other aspect of the story serves to facilitate their battleground. I remember how when The Dark Knight Rises first came out, it felt like people were almost immediately picking the story apart, scrutinizing the logic, or lack thereof, of rather superfluous questions like, why the hell did they send all the cops down into the sewers? How did Bruce get back to Gotham after climbing out of the pit? Did he really just take all that time to make a giant Batman logo? And how did he get out of the flying Batmobile in time before it exploded? There was a certain way people talked about this movie which they didn't seem to do back when The Dark Knight first released, which is interesting because you can definitely ask questions like these about that movie too. Like, how did the Joker pull off those attacks on prominent and well-protected individuals? How did he rig an entire hospital with explosives without anyone noticing, and then did it again under even more unlikely circumstances with the fairies? But the reason people didn't ask these questions, or didn't do so until long afterwards, is because Nolan always kept your attention on the main narrative, on the core of its philosophical exploration. If he wasn't pushing plot, he was pushing theme, and most of the time, he was doing both. Like a magician, he made sure that the audience was always engaged in the larger illusion, and wasn't thinking about what goes on behind the spectacle to make the trick possible. And the only way you can do this is if everything is interwoven, if every character, every scene, every plot element of the movie comes together to keep you laser focused on the greater thesis. This, I think, is precisely what was missing in The Dark Knight Rises, which still made it a well-crafted and exciting superhero blockbuster, and a satisfying, albeit safe conclusion to the story of Bruce Wayne. But after seeing what Nolan was capable of in The Dark Knight and Inception, how he turned these grand blockbusters into something more, something that transcended the limits of their respective genres, I was hoping for The Dark Knight Rises to also rise a little higher. I don't know, I can't help but feel like this might be the one movie in his career where his heart just wasn't 100% in it. Like he played it safe in a way that he usually doesn't do. I didn't even talk about Blake really, but his character arc is basically a shallow retreading of Bruce's story in the first 10 minutes or so of Batman Begins. Just a series of platitudes about him being frustrated by this basic observation that sometimes systems of justice don't work properly. It is supposed to leave us with this idea of a new hero's journey that's about to begin, a continuation of the Batman legacy, and I get the sort of poetry of that, but the problem is that The Dark Knight already so thoroughly deconstructed all of this, and demonstrated, perhaps too effectively, the consequences and complications of masked vigilantism. It just feels like a bit of a cop-out. I mean, it's no secret that the tragic death of Heath Ledger messed up Nolan's initial plans for a third movie, which probably left him scrambling to come up with something different. But I guess there's no point in lingering on what could have been. For all intents and purposes, The Dark Knight Rises was a success. Nolan's brand was still strong, probably even stronger than ever. And perhaps most importantly, it set him free to pursue what will become a fascinating series of movies that aren't based on existing franchises. A series of completely original and more personal projects that are, for better and worse, 100% pure Nolan. Interstellar, 2014. It was only a matter of time really before Nolan's cinematic gaze would turn upwards into the stars. But it's fascinating to me how his grand operatic space adventure wasn't born from a desire to go bigger, to make a movie about the grand existential questions of life. Instead, it came from his very intimate and personal experience as a father struggling with his own passion and ambitions, and with the question of what it really means to be a parent. I very much related to the dilemma of somebody having to go off and do this thing, leave his kids who ideally wants to be with, but really wants to go do this thing, Nolan said in an interview. There's a lot of guilt involved in doing that. A lot of guilt. What he was essentially experiencing was the melancholy of time dilation, the melancholy of being away from home only to come back and see it changed, the melancholy of feeling like you're losing your grip on the passage of time, and on yourself too, for as Hans Zimmer once pointed out in a conversation with Nolan, once your children are born, you can never look at yourself through your own eyes anymore. You always look at yourself through their eyes. And it's from this deeply personal place that Interstellar was born. Initial reactions from critics were somewhat mixed, and if you go into online movie spaces, it still feels like Interstellar is sometimes treated as the ugly duckling in Nolan's filmography. I've seen people argue that there are too many plot holes, that it's too long, too corny, too self-serious, and just overall too messy. But at the same time, I also know many people, especially outside of such spaces, friends who just watch movies casually without really engaging with them beyond that. They're not on movie Reddit or film Twitter, and they certainly don't watch videos like these. And I always found it remarkable how many of them would name Interstellar as their favorite movie. Not their favorite Nolan movie, their favorite movie, period. I find it remarkable not just because Interstellar is, by Nolan standards, arguably his most sentimental movie, but also because it's almost completely non-violent. I guess there is that little brawl between Cooper and Dr. Mann, but I wouldn't say that really counts as a genuine fight scene. At its core, Interstellar is a spectacular 3-hour epic for mainstream audiences that doesn't have some evil villain that needs defeating for the plot to resolve. Instead, it's just humanity versus nature. And to me, that's amazing. And moreover, it yielded what in my personal opinion is the best action scene that Nolan has ever created.
This is about all mankind. There is a moment.
At what is probably the most suspenseful moment of the movie, Dr. Mann has accidentally blown himself out of the airlock to leave the Endurance spiraling towards destruction, which prompts Cooper into a desperate attempt to dock the ship and salvage what's left of their mission. Besides being a compelling sequence in its own right, with clear stakes, fantastic music, and a wonderful sense of progression, I think the real reason why the scene is so beloved is because it's also so dense with meaning, and because it, in many ways, captures the very essence of what Interstellar is really about. As the camera pulls back to reveal the vast cosmic background, we are reminded that to this infinite expanse of time and space, this puny starship spiraling towards destruction means absolutely nothing. And yet, to us, it means everything. We know that Cooper's mission is the last one, and that the Endurance is vital to its completion, and so there's a clear sense that if it dies, humanity dies. All hope condensed into a singular object, one that, once critically endangered, also reveals who we truly are. Because even though all rational calculations, coming here in the form of an AI robot, deem it impossible, Cooper attempts to dock anyways. Why? It's not because he made his own reasonable assessment. He doesn't believe that his daring maneuver might work. It's because he knows that it has to. and ultimately, that's the only real deciding factor. Basically, Cooper demonstrates how we are perfectly rational until we're not. At this point, it's becoming quite a familiar observation in Nolan's storytelling, the idea that when we are engaged with the things that truly matter, that truly strike us on that existential level, that's when we reveal our true driving forces. Not logic or reason, but conviction and belief. Not calculated action, but a leap of faith. But still, I think this might be the best scene to show how there is something undeniably beautiful about this distinctively human quality. To be confronted with the quote-unquote factual reality of being surrounded by indifferent nothingness galaxies away from a dying home, of being faced with an impossible task, with certain death basically, and still have to be something within us that enables us to face this ultimate despair, this overwhelming imposition of our cosmic insignificance. And the answer, no. To me, that's inspiring. That's what it means to have the will to live. That's what it means, as the frequently recited Dylan Thomas poem puts it, to not go gentle into that good night.
Okay. And for our next trick.
But it's this subjective nature of our being that also leads into a complication that lies at the heart of another thematic discussion that Interstellar thoroughly explores. One in which this denial of the factual reality becomes not the quality that pushes us to fight for our survival, but an obstacle that stands in the way of it. But in order to address that, we first have to establish the proper setup.
We didn't run out of television screens and planes. We ran out of food.
Taking place in the near future, humanity faces extinction after a plague ravaged most of the Earth's food sources. With corn as the most viable option left, all societal efforts have become geared towards farming as much of it as possible. And so it is that Matthew McConaughey's Cooper, a former NASA pilot, now reluctantly finds himself stuck on the ground. It's not the most original premise, but still I feel like people are underappreciating the way in which Nolan really captured the reality of a grand-scale environmental disaster, while also setting up relevant themes and emotional stakes. Because although the apocalyptic plague is clearly presented for what it is, a global extinction-level event, there are no dramatic news reports, no cities on fire, no sweeping shots of a world in chaos and despair. Instead, Nolan keeps our focus on Cooper and his family, and on the everyday lives of the people around them. Besides connecting us to the main characters and establishing the bond between them that will become so vital later on, what Nolan also introduces in this first act is a more existential problem arising from the clash between the limited perception of our individual being and the greater forces of nature that operate within vastly different spatial and temporal dimensions. Because that's the thing about the kind of environmental catastrophes we see in Interstellar, the ones that really invoke large-scale systemic changes to a global ecosystem. They don't really present themselves in a form that we can directly comprehend. They don't confront us in these clear and sudden upheavals that we can instinctively react to. No, from the limited perspective of a human being, they are slow, really, really slow, to the point of being imperceptible. As Interstellar shows us, we can see localized effects of it. A sandstorm, a field plot of crops. But the actual apocalypse, the all-encompassing event that started years before the beginning of the movie and that will take decades more, perhaps even longer, to fully complete itself, that we cannot directly face. And this, understandably, leads to some serious issues regarding the struggle for our survival. As the first act of Interstellar shows us, we're very adaptive, decisive and resourceful when it comes to sudden events and immediate dangers. But when it comes to problems like climate change, or in this case, the blight that is slowly dooming humanity, we still don't seem to be able to truly wrap our heads around it, let alone take meaningful action towards it. This is why we don't see people in a state of panic, but just see them going about their everyday lives, sweeping dust, working the farm, going to school, ball games, and so on. The apocalypse is simply happening too slowly. It doesn't appear to us as a concrete event that triggers our survival instinct, but quietly seeps into what we perceive as the status quo, as the normal state of things. In other words, it's just not happening fast enough for people to truly grasp the severity of their situation. Again, they see the localized consequences, but those are relatively easy to mitigate in our minds. Dust storms are becoming more frequent, just put the plates upside down to keep them clean. Stay indoors a bit longer. Had another crop fail, no worries, next year we'll just work the neighbor's ground. It is essentially another form of time dilation, a disconnect between how we are wired, how we perceive the world, and how that world actually functions. The question then, as Nolan seems to wonder, is can the two be reconciled? For as Dr. Mann later points out, these limitations to our individual perception also seem to limit our more collective survival instinct.
Evolution has yet to transcend that simple barrier. We can care deeply, selflessly, about those we know, but that empathy rarely extends beyond our line of sight.
In fact, pretty much every character around Cooper echoes this conflict in some way or another. There's Dr. Brand, who says we must think not as individuals but as a species. There's Doyle, who argues you can't just think about your family, you have to think bigger than that. And there's Amelia, who informs Cooper,
You might have to decide between seeing your children again
and the future of the human race.
In other words, the question is, can we take this wonderful survival instinct of ours that pushes us when all else fails, and apply it to solve macro-level conflicts, to ensure the survival not just of ourselves and those we care about, but also of humanity as a whole? Or do we have to sacrifice one for the other? Do we have to contradict our natural instincts that prompt us to protect our own, in order to achieve that sort of transcendental overview from which we can serve humanity in general? The answer, as Interstellar seems to propose, is yes and no. It's complicated.
We used to look up in the sky and wonder at our place in the stars. Now we just look down and worry about our place in the dirt.
As Cooper laments humanity for having assumed this rather defeatist attitude towards its own steady decline, he somewhat indirectly points out an important element that has always been of great value to our more general survival instinct, and that is our capacity to envision the future, and subsequently to act towards that which initially only exists in the imagination, whether it's something concrete like the possibility of new habitable worlds, or something more abstract like undiscovered knowledge that we believe we can use to our benefit. To Cooper and to the remnants of NASA he later encounters, this quality that drives us to innovate, to expand and progress is not just a luxury that we can choose to indulge in, but is in fact essential to our survival.
It's like we've forgotten who we are, Tom. Explorers, pioneers, not caretakers.
But at the same time, it is also a quality that doesn't necessarily come natural. Because as Nolan's fatherhood had taught him, and as we also see reflected in the state of humanity in that first act of Interstellar, to look into the future also means to look at our mortality, to face the unrelenting passage of time, and to become aware of our own unchanging movement within it, which makes it understandable that there's also a part of us that rather looks away from the future altogether, that tries to avoid what's coming by fixating on the past, even as that past is slowly fading away.
Make him stay, Merv. Don't let me leave, Merv.
But as we see at the very end of the movie, where humanity has escaped the apocalypse and yet still seems to hang on to some idea of how things used to be, even when the future doesn't look bleak, we are still inclined to linger in the familiar, to settle into some kind of existential comfort, something that we know, and therefore risk becoming complacent again, turning a blind eye again to new threats and future dangers.
I don't care much for this, pretending we're back where we started.
What Nolan seems to emphasize here is that progress, that the envisioning of and the acting towards the future, is not some one-time necessity in the face of catastrophe, but a constant negotiation within any given society, something that we have to keep reminding ourselves of. In this sense, there is an argument to be made, as the movie quite unambiguously does, that we do have to contradict ourselves, that we have to make an active effort to overcome our natural tendency to avoid the future, and to become complacent in our own mental refuges that prevent us from acting not just in our own best interest, but also in the interest of humanity in general. Because after all, if we look away from the future, we also look away from the people who will exist there.
We must think not as individuals, but as a species.
But on the other hand, as the movie also explores, trying to overcome these limitations by adopting a more rational, transcendental approach that looks beyond our individual perspective to instead focus on our needs as a society, as a species, also comes with its own complications and pitfalls. This is most clearly communicated to us through the characters Dr. Brand and Dr. Mann, who each represent one problematic aspect of this argument.
I'm asking you to trust me.
The first one, Dr. Brand, is introduced to us as the brain behind the whole operation, and who is later revealed to have lied about the main purpose of the mission, which was never to save the civilization back on Earth, but rather to start a new one on a distant planet.
I just want to know if you left me here to die.
From a philosophical perspective, you can question whether Dr. Brand's plan of starting with a clean slate actually means that humanity has been saved, or if replacing an existing population with an entirely new one results in such a qualitative difference that we can no longer really speak of a continuation. This, by extension, invokes questions about what humanity really is, and what it really means to be a human being. Because if we can so easily swap out every single individual and still speak of having saved humanity, do individual human beings actually have any intrinsic existential value? Or do we just become meaningless and temporary facilitators for humanity as a concept? Dr. Brand's more evolutionary perspective might argue that this is the case, that ultimately it's all about the survival of the species.
He was prepared to destroy his own humanity in order to save the species.
But then again, why would our species have intrinsic existential value when its individual members do not? Why is it so important for humanity, or better yet, for the idea of humanity to survive? Is this really based in anything except conviction? A leap of faith towards some greater cosmic purpose that demands us to keep our species alive at all costs? And if so, should we then not examine this assumption instead of unreflectively adopt it? Especially when, as we see with Dr. Brand, this fixation on humanity detaches us so completely from actual human beings that we become, somewhat ironically, inhumane. That instead of saving humanity, we actually end up sacrificing its very essence.
You have attachment. Even without a family, I can promise you that yearning to be with other people is powerful. It's not to be taken lightly.
The other side of the argument against dismissing our individuality to focus solely on our species is represented by Dr. Mann. In him we find not so much a philosophical problem, but more of a psychological one. Though he supposedly was the best of all of us, the brave and remarkable leader of the first Lazarus missions. Once we actually get to meet him, it is revealed that he too is a liar, a coward whose transcendental dedication to humanity was merely a facade, even to himself, because, as he later admits, he never truly considered the possibility that his planet wasn't the one. And so, what we see here is a denial of humanity that, as we saw before, also allowed for the denial of mortality, but only for so long.
And I resisted the temptation for years.
Because as it truly dawned on him that his planet was inhabitable, that he was going to die there, all that repressed humanity suddenly came rushing back in a reflexive yearning so deep that it turned him destructively selfish and delusional.
I'm taking command of the Endurance, and then we can talk about completing the mission.
In other words, what Dr. Mann demonstrates is that even though we might genuinely try to sacrifice our own humanity for the greater good, there are inner dynamics and driving forces there that we can never fully sever ourselves from, and that might actually become more powerful the more we try to repress them.
Pray you never learned just how good it can be to see another face.
So, to summarize, Interstellar poses a complicated existential issue. Because on the one hand, our limited perspectives as individual and mortal human beings put us at risk of not being able to properly address temporal movements that operate beyond our limited perception of time, and therefore to act in the best interest of humanity in general. But on the other hand, it seems we cannot truly overcome these limitations either, not without putting ourselves at risk of becoming cruel, self-delusional, and just altogether disconnected from any real sense of humanity. It seems like an impossible paradox, and it probably is, but Nolan dares to propose an answer anyways. And that answer, as cheesy as it sounds, is love.
Love isn't something we invented. It's observable, powerful. It has to mean something.
The crux of his argument, as Amelia argues, is that love is the key because it is a time-transcending phenomenon, and can therefore form the bridge that we need to overcome what, as we discussed, is essentially a problem of time dilation. And indeed, it seems Amelia is proven right in the end as Cooper breaks our known dimensions to send a message back in time to Murph, who, in her own way, makes a time-transcending move as it's her love for her father that, against all logic or reason, ultimately draws her back to her old room to find his message and save humanity. Now, we're still a little ways from having to completely break our heads over non-linear causalities, but for now the actual transcending of time, and specifically the transcending of time as a quality of love, I think is mostly meant to be taken metaphorically. Because, narratively speaking, Murph having a hunch that the solution to an impossible scientific formula somehow lies in her childhood bedroom is obviously a bit silly. But metaphorically, it does contain an interesting twist in which the answer to humanity's future actually lies in the past, in that which had been left behind, in the very thing that Dr. Brandt had mistakenly written off as a necessary sacrifice. In this sense, the past doesn't just refer to a temporal dimension, but also to the culmination of our humanity, to all the attachments, values, and beliefs that made us who we are, and that gives us the will and the conscience we need to keep pushing forward. And so, even though leaning on the past can result in a sort of willful ignorance that closes us off to the future, it can also be the key that opens us up to it. This brings us back to the fatherhood metaphor, and the more personal experiences that Nolan based his Interstellar story on. Because when Cooper is being lectured about having to think not just about his own family but about everyone else's, he insists he is doing both.
I am thinking about my family and millions of other families.
And in hindsight, he was right. In fact, it's precisely because he was thinking of his own children that he was able to act in the interest of everyone else's. What Cooper demonstrates over the course of the story is that Dr. Mann too was mistaken, that we don't need to sacrifice our own attachments in order to serve humanity as a whole. Quite the opposite, in fact. It's only by deeply connecting ourselves to other human beings that we can truly begin to see through their eyes, that we can truly begin to envision the future of those beyond ourselves, not in an intellectual way, but in an emotional one. Which, as we saw in Inception, is the one that matters most, the one that can truly transform us. And so, to put it simply, it's precisely because Cooper cares so deeply for his children that he can care so deeply about their future too, and by extension, that he has the capacity that he can harness that time-transcending quality to act towards the future of all of humanity.
Love is the one thing we're capable of perceiving that transcends dimensions of time and space. Maybe we should trust that, even if we can't understand it yet.
As Amelia kind of awkwardly makes her case for love being the real answer to a question that we've always been approaching from a place of theory and reason, it's hard not to feel like Nolan was struggling a bit to fully bring his thesis together. This might also have been in part because at this point, he had been praised so highly for the intellectual prowess of his work that now, as Tom Schoen put it, Nolan found himself in the curious position of asking his Interstellar audience to think a little bit less. Indeed, it does seem like with Interstellar, Nolan wasn't just trying to tell a more emotional story about the pros and cons of humanity. but was also trying to communicate an emotional understanding of what it really means to be human. He once described the movie as a ghost story, a story about what it really means to create bonds that affect us far beyond and long after the initial tie has been severed, that haunt us from beyond our material reality, and that shape us through their presence, as well as through their absence. I would have never thought I'd quote the great Mr. Fred Rogers in a Nolan movie analysis, but when it comes to Interstellar, I think he perhaps best captured the essence of its ultimate message when he said,
"Love is at the root of everything. All learning, all parenting, all relationships. Love or the lack of it."
Maybe it means something more, something we can't yet understand. Maybe it's some evidence, some artifact of a higher dimension that we can't consciously perceive.
To fully bring Nolan's interstellar journey full circle, we have to briefly discuss the bulk beings, the mysterious higher life forms that appear to have been guiding humanity by opening up the wormhole and building the Tesseract for Cooper. Unlike in 2001: A Space Odyssey, in which the questions surrounding the unknown guiding hand are a central element to the story, Nolan puts his mystery box more in the background, and doesn't really bring it up again until Cooper enters the black hole, where it is almost immediately resolved without any real ambiguity as Cooper proclaims they are future human beings who have evolved past the 4 dimensions. Now, this whole section has been criticized for containing way too much exposition, and I can definitely understand that sentiment. When I first saw Cooper crossing that event horizon and knew Nolan was about to break all dimensions of time and space, I was riveted. It just felt like such an important moment, not just for the story but also from a broader filmmaking perspective. After the amazing visuals we'd already seen, how was he going to present to us the sublime wonder of the incomprehensible? Were we finally going to get a worthy successor to Kubrick's Stargate sequence? With all that in mind, it was a bit of a disappointment to venture into what I thought was a fascinating vision of time stretched out as a spatial dimension, only to have the movie explain every aspect of it so quickly that it hardly leaves any time to truly be in awe. I understand that some exposition has to happen here. Cooper has to have the crucial data translated into Morse so he can send it to Murph, which demands the explaining of at least some aspects of the Tesseract. But there are also other pieces of information, most notably Cooper pointing out how the bulk beings are actually future human beings that have transcended our known dimensions, that, as some have argued, could have been entirely removed, especially if that would have left the audience with more of a mystery to wonder about. Part of me agrees, but I think I also understand why Nolan wanted to resolve the mystery rather than leave it open. I still believe he could have saved the reveal for later, like when Cooper is safe and sound and reflecting back on the journey. But anyways, I think Nolan wanted to emphasize, with absolute clarity, that in the long term, humanity will be fine, and more than that there's a greater destiny for us that still lies ahead.
I want to know where we are, where we're going.
There is a subtle yet significant feeling of existential optimism at the heart of Interstellar, one that we'll see again in both Dunkirk and Tenet, but which I think is most explicitly established here, not just through the revelation of the bulk beings, but also just by the way the entire story is presented to us. For even at the very beginning, humanity's impending doom is introduced to us by these documentary-style talking heads, or in other words, it's presented to us as history, as a past event that the newer generation, the audience of this documentary, can no longer directly relate to. It already shows, within the first few minutes, that things will turn out okay. After all, people who look back and talk about hardship in this fashion are usually the ones who came out of it on the other end, who made it through what at the time felt like an impossible obstacle, an end-of-history moment, but which, from the vantage point of a higher perspective, was just another chapter in a story that is far from over. Yeah, I know it's not his most cohesive movie, but still, I can't help but admire its sincerity. Its attempt to inspire what feels like genuine hope. All I know is that of all of Nolan's movies, Interstellar is the one I have seen most often, and I guess that means something too. True, though the emotion caught me off guard, Nolan making a grand science fiction space adventure epic didn't really surprise me. As I said, for someone with his ambitions, it was almost inevitable. I would have never guessed his next project though. Not just because for the first time since The Prestige, he was going back in time to a historical setting, but also because it turned out to be so radically different from anything else he had done. Dunkirk, 2017. After a series of plot-heavy movies, Nolan's Dunkirk opens remarkably quiet. Aside from the brief textual explanation of its historical context, the story is established almost entirely through visual language. A group of soldiers are showered with pamphlets. They are surrounded. Shots are fired, only one makes it to the last line of defense. The enemy is closing in. On the beach, more than 300,000 men are awaiting their fate. Time is running out. This is Nolan's Dunkirk. Not another narratively intricate 3-hour epic, but a short and simple survival story. History condensed into a visceral experience that connects you to the soldiers not so much by building out their characters, but more so by putting you on the beach with them, by really focusing on the nitty-gritty of their ordeal, from the minutiae of trying to find a moment to relieve yourself or having to cross a broken walkway with a wounded man, all the way to the bigger story arcs, sinking ships and rising desperation. Nolan almost exclusively relies on scenarios that don't need words to explain, that can be understood instinctively, like the movies from the silent era, or classics such as The Wages of Fear. Dunkirk is all about physical storytelling. This is exactly what we need, Nolan said to his team prior to production. Pure physics, pure suspense. And perhaps above all, the tension is constant. The audience never really gets a moment to catch their breath, which was a risky choice, because it basically stretches the third act of a movie out over an entire story, like a single ascending note, which Hans Zimmer almost went with before deciding on a slightly more conventional score. It's just very difficult to keep an audience engaged like that without them becoming exhausted. I guess that explains why Dunkirk is Nolan's shortest movie since Following. And yet, despite the refreshing novelty on the surface, beneath it all the trademark Nolan elements are still here. They're just expressed a bit differently. As Tom Schoen remarked in his book The Nolan Variations, again and again the film returns to Nolan's oldest fear, that of being locked in, specifically of locking yourself in, willingly submitting to structures designed to protect you that turn out, instead, to entrap you. Cockpits become coffins. The boat that saves you will also sink you. And beyond that, the earlier discussed limits of our subjective perspective, the leap of faith towards hope, and the quiet heroism that stems from committing yourself to love to your fellow human beings, in spite of uncertainty, all play a central role in the thematic tension of Dunkirk too. I'd even say Dunkirk offers a thematic progression, or rather a more explicit emphasis of the kind of fundamental appreciation that Nolan seems to have for humanity, and specifically for the way we so continuously perform that unconscious act of faith in the nature of our reality by simply taking part in it, by assuming that the world is still there when our eyes are closed, that when push comes to shove, we can put our trust in our fellow human beings, we can share our realities, and form bonds that connect us beyond our own comprehension. It's a kind of existential optimism that in Dunkirk is condensed into a singular tagline. Survival is victory. As long as we make it, as long as we are able to believe, then our collective human spirit remains intact. Then hope remains, no matter how dark or uncertain our prospects may look. That, as Churchill put it, is the victory that can be found in this deliverance. Besides retreading familiar grounds thematically, Nolan also found a way to creatively play around with time to dictate the rhythm of his narrative. In Dunkirk there are 3 separate storylines to follow. One that takes place on the beach, one that takes place on the sea, and one that takes place in the air, with each spanning a time frame of, respectively, 1 week, 1 day, and 1 hour. And so, in order to avoid having the first 80% or so of the movie be about the soldiers on the beach, with the boats and planes not coming in until the very end, Nolan opted to intercut between the different timelines to balance out the temporal dissonance. The result allowed him to work in some interesting twists, most notably one in which the shell-shocked survivor that's picked up by the civilian boat is later shown again as he was prior to his traumatic event, which we then regard with the dread of knowing how one cruel twist of fate is about to send him spiraling, and which tragically emphasizes how these broken souls that so many people encountered during and after the war weren't always so, and that war indeed can bring down even the best of us. More generally, I think the intercutting between timelines in Dunkirk works quite well when the gap between moments is still significant, when it really allows for that subversion of information. But as the movie goes on and the timelines begin to converge, these gaps become increasingly smaller, making the time jumps feel less meaningful, and sometimes even a bit confusing. Because as great as Dunkirk's visual storytelling is, for me it also highlighted an issue that had been bothering me in Nolan's previous works, but which I was never quite able to articulate. For as much as I love Nolan's movies and appreciate his growth over the years, I've always felt there was something a little bit off about his presentation that I couldn't quite put into words. I would just describe it as the Nolan clunkiness, just these vaguely awkward moments or weird edits that you can find throughout his filmography, like small disturbances in what should have been a seamless flow. I always figured it was the result of his economic approach that I talked about all the way back in my discussion on Following, that it's the result of Nolan just not shooting as much coverage as other directors, and therefore having less flexibility in post-production. But after Dunkirk, I think it's more than that. Basically, I think Nolan has a punctuation problem, meaning that he's not great at using the right marks, the cinematic equivalents of periods, commas, spaces, and so on, to properly and clearly convey what he wants to communicate through his images. To illustrate, take this moment where Nolan wants to emphasize what the character on the right is about to say, but visually speaking, the cut from the 2-shot to the single barely puts any extra emphasis on it. Though this example is but a small one, there are more significant instances in which Nolan either underemphasizes more important information, or overemphasizes less important information, which is by no means a deal-breaker for any of his movies, but which nevertheless results in a somewhat strenuous movie-watching experience. You can see it most clearly in the more moment-to-moment editing. In The Dark Knight Rises, for example, the mayor of Gotham is killed in this blink-and-you-miss-it explosion that is never mentioned again, and that is visually overshadowed by the shot of the random football player that comes afterwards. But given how he played quite an important part in both The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises, you'd expect this to be given more attention, that it would be a full stop to his character arc, and not what it is now, which is basically a comma in a different sentence. The same goes for this guy, who is also featured quite prominently throughout the movie, and then has his story resolved with another blink-and-you-miss-it shot of his dead body that leaves you wondering whether he was an important character who got underserved at the end, or an unimportant character who got overemphasized in the setup. By comparison, Dunkirk has a much greater visual clarity when it comes to communicating its general story and the fates of each of its characters. But the punctuation issue persists in some smaller moments, which become all the more visible here precisely because the story relies so much on being a visceral experience, one that we should be able to take in on that almost instinctual level. Let's zoom in on this little moment here towards the end, where one final enemy plane is about to shoot down at the commander, but is taken out at the last moment by Farrier. I think we're all familiar with these kinds of last-minute savings of the day. Recently, Top Gun Maverick even did it twice. They're a great way to offer a cathartic release after building suspense. But compared to how these moments are usually constructed, the way Nolan does it just feels a bit off. For one, he doesn't show us the actual moment visually. It cuts from this shot to another perspective, and then cuts back again after it's already happened. To be fair, I think he tried to put us into the perspective of the commander here, just as the whole movie has been about the more subjective experiences of the soldiers, who in the face of what he perceives to be his impending death, flinches and doesn't look up again until the enemy plane is already going down. But this brings us to the second issue, which is that the shot doesn't actually cut to black or just stays on the commander's face. No, it cuts away to this moment on the civilian boat. Again, trying to be fair here, I think the intent was to intercut between similar moments of rising suspense in order to create one grand cathartic release. But the issue is that it's just going too fast for our brains to really register what is going on, let alone have that immediate emotional response to it. Because as the moment cuts from here to here, we're not actually being drawn into a subjective perspective. Not like we did in that earlier shot of the young soldier putting his head down in the sand during the bomber strike. Instead, we're presented with and unconsciously taking in new information, only to then have to do the same as we cut back seconds later. In short, there's just too much information to parse here, especially on a first viewing, to really have an instinctive reaction to it. It's an experience that I've often had while watching a Nolan movie, that even though, technically speaking, I was able to discern the necessary information from a given moment, I still had to spend a few seconds wondering, wait, what just happened? And that's the gist of Nolan's punctuation issue, that his movies can sometimes feel like poorly punctuated text that, despite containing an understandable story, still lack the legibility that allows audiences to immediately grasp its content without being distracted by, or being made aware of, the fact that they are performing an act of comprehension. Again, I don't think it's a deal breaker for any of his movies, but it's an issue that can break your immersion as it switches your brain, if only for a second, from a more emotional to a more analytical mode of perception.
Alright, hey buddy, why don't you give me a big deep breath?
On a more scene-to-scene level, this occasional lack of that more instinctive legibility is also why so many of Nolan's movies require a second viewing just to fully take in the basic text. Maybe it was just me, but when I saw The Dark Knight for the first time, for example, I didn't realize that Gordon was standing in the same bank here that the Joker robbed in the introduction. Watching the movie now, it is, of course, very obvious that this is the case. But on a first-time viewing, when you don't know where a story is going or what information and details to pay attention to, it's easy to miss little things like this when the visual language isn't clear. In this example, it's probably because the introduction was shot in these highly dynamic IMAX shots that made the bank feel like this huge stage for an exciting heist. Whereas in the later scene, Nolan reverts back to regular cinemascope with different framing, different lighting, and an overall different tonality that doesn't make it immediately click that we're back in the same place. It's an issue that can be somewhat mediated through exposition, by directly conveying information that isn't visually obvious. But this also isn't exactly Nolan's strongest suit. But that's a discussion we'll save for when we get to Tenet.
Men my age dictate this war. Why should we be allowed to send our children to fight it?
All this, however, is not to say that Nolan doesn't know how to immerse audiences into the moment and keep them emotionally engaged. Because although Dunkirk's more elemental and visual approach to storytelling highlights Nolan's occasional awkwardness, it also displays clearly the heights that he can achieve when everything does come together. Not just in the grand triumphant moments, but especially also in the smaller ones. In the earlier discussions, I already talked at length about how Nolan is at his best when he weaves his central theme into every fiber of his story's fabric, and when he can make use of extensive metaphors and intricate metatextual symbolism, which at first glance could have posed a problem for Dunkirk, which has a bare-bones plot and which recounts a real-life historical event that doesn't allow for too much trickery. But I think Nolan solved this quite well by, somewhat surprisingly, relying purely on his characters in a way that I personally feel has gone largely underappreciated. Especially at the time of its release, Dunkirk was criticized by some for its lack of strong characters. But to me it feels like these critics mostly felt this way because they were focusing on what wasn't there, such as backstories and well-developed personalities. But in doing so, they also missed what was there, which was perhaps the only thing that truly mattered when it comes to understanding and appreciating Dunkirk's characters. And this was the fact that Nolan never set out to make a story about one character, or about one hero's journey, but rather about a combined effort in which the true main character is not any one individual, but the collective as a whole. The idea behind Dunkirk that we were trying to get across to the audience, Nolan explained, is it's not about individual heroics, it's about a community full of heroism. That's very unique and I think in a lot of ways more relevant to the world and the way the world works. And this is why the movie doesn't have that more typical Hollywood scene that emphasizes how the hero has a loving family waiting for him back home, and that has us all cheering for them when he triumphantly returns, or mourning their loss when he doesn't. It's because we're not supposed to feel for the characters in this way. Sure, we can empathize and sympathize with the individual characters in Dunkirk, but in the end, the outcome of the story, the final emotion that we leave the theater with, is not dictated by the fate of a singular character, but by the accumulated result of their collective effort. And this is the exact purpose that each character in Dunkirk serves, and why they are, to some extent, stripped from their individuality. It's because none of them alone encompass the heroic effort in its entirety, but each possess one fragment of it. Each embody one small part of that greater Dunkirk spirit that can only be understood precisely when looking at it whole. Isolate one character, one effort from it, and the vision is lost. In essence, all of Nolan's characters in Dunkirk become part of this greater heroic organism in which the individual and the collective become one and the same, and cannot exist without each other. As in Interstellar, there is still some tension here with our individual desire for survival that occasionally renders us selfish and paranoid. Perhaps Nolan even wants to suggest that it is, for better or worse, part of how that greater whole functions. But by and large, it's in all those little moments, in all those individuals who commit themselves to the best of their abilities, that we find the beating heart of what will end up being the decisive effort towards the collective victory. Whether it's the pilot turning back once more despite being on his own and running out of fuel, or the shipper who lost his own son and now devotes himself to saving as many others as he can despite his boat appearing insignificant next to the greater warships. In fact, it's that last one especially that might pose the perfect metaphor for what Nolan seems to be getting at with his retelling of this grand historic event. That no matter how small or futile our individual action may seem from our own limited perspective, if we take that leap of faith and trust that we're contributing to a greater purpose, we might just achieve it. Okay, last but not least. After having referenced his favorite James Bond movies in the past, Nolan was finally about to make one of his own. Well, sort of, because it wouldn't be a true Nolan movie if it didn't have some kind of unique twist. And what a twist it is. Yeah, I'm like 80% sure this entire movie only exists because Nolan thought reverse imagery looked cool and wanted to play around with it. And for some reason they gave him $200 million to do exactly that. What a time to be alive. All jokes aside though, it's also a movie that, thematically speaking, paves the way for Oppenheimer in an unexpected and strangely fascinating way. Tenet, 2020. It's hard to believe it's been about 3 years already since Nolan released Tenet. Mostly because I'm still not sure how I feel about it. Tenet is a movie that, on first viewing, both disappointed and intrigued me. I found it confusing in ways that a movie should not be confusing, very heavy on needless convoluted plotting, and filled with poorly punctuated exposition, which, especially after the refreshingly visceral Dunkirk, felt like Nolan was falling back into old patterns. But at the same time, I also thought John David Washington brought an exhilarating sense of physicality to the action. Robert Pattinson was great too, I loved the soundtrack, and it just had a strange appeal that I didn't fully understand, and which had me coming back again and again, as if each time I was hoping to discover the right key to truly unlock this enigmatic movie. At first I simply believed one more viewing would have me better understand the dynamics of time inversion, which would result in everything else falling into place as well. Then I was hoping to discover some answers to lingering questions that would surely give me a clear picture. Why was the protagonist nameless? What was the deal with Arepo? And with all the philosophizing? Then I thought, maybe this isn't the right approach. Another viewing then, in which I don't try to make sense of it and just appreciate the vibes, the atmosphere. Actually, no, there are just too many distractions here. Too many intellectual appeals and explicit expressions of thematic content to truly turn my brain off. One more than to find that definitive flaw, find the right articulation for why Tenet just doesn't come together into one cohesive whole. But alas, just as I cannot decisively love the movie, so too am I unable to decisively disregard it. What I can do then is to try and shed some light on what Nolan was trying to do, trying to say with this movie, and how these ambitions resulted in a somewhat contradictory experience that had me watching Tenet over and over again, with each additional viewing having me appreciate the movie a bit more, then a bit less, then a bit more again, and so on. Let's start with the central gimmick, the concept of time inversion. Unlike in Inception, which dropped you into the thick of it right away, and which centered its entire plot around teaching the audience the nitty-gritty of dream heisting. In Tenet, things take a lot longer to get going. Aside from a brief introduction in the prologue and one short expositional scene, the actual time inversion isn't truly shown off until the Freeport sequence, and arguably isn't truly engaged with until the protagonist inverts himself about 90 minutes or so into the movie, which to me is where it felt like the story finally kicked into gear. In hindsight, it makes sense from a structural perspective that the movie would save its big inversion for the midpoint because it turns the entire story into one big palindrome as characters are now re-experiencing the same events in reverse chronological order until they end up right back at the beginning, which I guess is the whole crux of the concept.
Control operations to temporal pincer.
It's almost a shame the movie wasn't able to more explicitly intertwine its opening sequence with its final climax to really bring the palindrome full circle in visual terms, instead of having to tell the audience through exposition that these separate events are actually taking place simultaneously. But I digress. The point here is that by delaying its central concept for so long, my first viewing of Tenet had me feeling something which I don't often experience in a Nolan movie, which is boredom. Because aside from not really doing anything interesting with time inversion in the first act, there didn't seem to be anything else in this first hour or so that truly grabbed my attention, let alone got me to care about what was going on. It was just lots and lots of information, with very little of it contributing to either a strong emotional hook or an interesting thematic question. This brings us back to that punctuation problem that we talked about in this section on Dunkirk. That occasional unclarity in Nolan's communication, which is not just an issue in his visual presentation, but also in his exposition, where he doesn't always seem to be able to differentiate between important and non-important information, which in turn can lead to this kind of plotting where it feels like a lot is going on, but where it somehow still feels like very little is actually being communicated. The best example in Tenet to illustrate this issue, I think, is the build-up towards the Freeport sequence. Narratively speaking, there's only one thing that has to happen here, which is that the protagonist has to find some clue or reason to break into the Freeport where he can then discover the turnstiles, the time inversion machine, and progress the story. It's a bit of a simplification, but for the sake of argument, that's basically it. In cases like this, it's perfectly fine to use narrative shortcuts, to use a relatively simple excuse to bridge the gap between A and B as quickly and unobtrusively as possible. In The Dark Knight, for example, the entire parade sequence is set up by just a few seconds of Batman standing on top of a tower listening to phone calls. There's no further complication or elaboration. He just gets the clue he needs for the plot to move forward, and that's enough. We don't need anything more than that, because in this case, Batman doing extensive detective stuff isn't the story we're invested in. Instead, we're anticipating if the Joker will deliver on his earlier made promise to assassinate the mayor. That's all we care about at this point in the story, and where we want to get to as quickly as possible. Tenet has moments like this too. The introduction of Neil, for example, happens because of one quick phone call, and in the context of the scene, that too is enough. Because the main focus point here is not the finding of a partner, but the breaking into a highly secured fortress. In fact, as a side note, the movie can largely skip over Neil's origins because in the full context of the story, in which we come to learn that it was the protagonist himself who would go on to found Tenet and set everything in motion, we can fill in the additional information for ourselves retroactively anyways. The point is that good punctuation discriminates between the parts of a story that truly matter and therefore deserve more attention, and the parts that matter less, the connective tissue that can be pushed to the background to keep the audience's attention where it should be. And this, I feel, is exactly what went wrong in the build-up to the Freeport sequence, which in part is what made the first act of Tenet feel like kind of a drag to me. Because to get the protagonist into the Freeport, we are presented with this setup in which the protagonist first has to win the trust of the wife of the main bad guy Sador. So far so good, a chance to introduce new characters and their relations and motivations and such. But we then get this highly convoluted backstory about Kat, who at some point became close with a mysterious man called Thomas Arapo, who used her to sell a fake painting that Sador is now using as leverage over her, and which the protagonist has to steal back for her from, there it is, the Freeport. The whole premise is even more contentious as the protagonist, after failing to steal the painting, would later go on to find a different angle to get closer to his target anyways. But even without that, it feels like there's just so much information here to serve very little movement in the actual story. There has been some fan speculation that Arapo is actually more relevant than he seems, but if that were the case, this really should have been communicated clearer. And if not, I don't think he should have been there to begin with. And instead a more direct emotional appeal from Kat that doesn't have us parsing all this additional information would have sufficed. Again, it's the punctuation that matters, not just because superfluous info takes up valuable screen time and attention, but also because, in the worst cases, it can actually damage other elements of the story, such as the character work. In The Dark Knight Rises, we saw an example of this with Selina Kyle, who, early on in the story, is chasing after this clean slate device that would magically erase all her criminal records. I always thought this premise kind of detracted from her character, as she was supposed to be this more grounded, street-smart vigilante, and yet, for some reason, she couldn't see how this device was so obviously too good to be true. Tenet has a similar issue with the Arapo painting, mostly for Sador, about whom Nolan himself has said that he's diabolical but not necessarily a genius. Essentially, he's a brute. And indeed, Sador is clearly presented to us as someone who is highly ruthless, vindictive, and, perhaps most importantly, extremely powerful. Someone who can basically do whatever he wants with total impunity. And so the idea that he needs some kind of external leverage over Kat aside from the direct threat of violence kind of undermines both his supposed strength as well as the supposed nature of his character. Because how are we to really view him? Especially when you heard him on a personal or emotional level. Does he really seem like the type of guy who will calmly and intricately manipulate you with some leverage that, if it were to come out, doesn't seem to have severe consequences anyways? Or does he seem like the type of guy who will just rely on the threat of brute force or the more direct assertion of his power over you? Either way could have been fine as far as the story is concerned. But again, it all comes down to having clear punctuation, to using those clear marks, those clear stops and commas and so on to carefully consider what information you want to communicate and what would be the clearest way to do so. One solution that has often been somewhat indirectly offered to this issue, I say indirectly because it's been more of a response to the general complexities and confusions found in Tenet, is to not think about it too much and just let it all wash over you. Even the movie itself seems to argue this to some extent, especially when it comes to its central concept of time inversion. There is that expository character that gives us the now much quoted suggestion,
"Don't try to understand it. Feel it."
And while I definitely get and appreciate this idea, I can only go along with it to some extent. Because although Nolan was definitely correct in stating that there is something uniquely cinematic about reversing the entropy of an object or a person on the big screen, it's showing you a world you couldn't see any other way, he explained in an interview. There's no way before photography to see reverse imagery or even imagine that it exists. And that, to me, is what makes Tenet the absolute most cinematic film I have ever been able to put together. It can exist only because of the camera. And although I believe that the movie's most spectacular sequences are those that directly involve time inversion, the entire concept, if we're being honest, doesn't make any sense. I can somewhat follow along when characters are dealing with inverted objects, but once the movie starts inverting people, and subsequently has to contend with the causal logic of two beings with agency interacting with each other while being chronological opposites, I feel like the movie is dividing itself by zero. It's just an impossible proposition. And Nolan himself has even emphasized that this wasn't Interstellar, that he wasn't looking for the real science behind it, and that it was more of an interesting speculation. To his credit though, I think he by and large manages to make Tenet feel mostly comprehensible when it comes to the general conflict and outcome of the plot, and even succeeds in making time inversion feel somewhat grounded in reality by setting up some rules about the physics behind it. But still, my issue is not so much that the concept of time inversion doesn't hold up to scrutiny. It's that there's a bit of a false dichotomy within the proposition to let go of trying to understand it and just feel it. Because, for example, as much as I admire the look of the inverted fight scene and the amount of work that went into its creation, I can't really say I'm feeling it. I'm not feeling who is throwing a punch and who is being hurt. It's not really a visceral experience, not in the way that Dunkirk was. And it only gets worse later on, where I can by and large understand the internal logic of the scene, but where I'm just too busy with constantly parsing information to be genuinely engaged on that more visceral, emotional level. On the other hand, however, maybe all this is missing the point of how Tenet should be experienced. Again, as I stated in the beginning, I'm still not sure how I really feel about the movie. But anyways, I realize the idea of don't try to understand it, just feel it, has multiple interpretations. And so maybe it was just more about the general vibe of it all, the coolness of the locations, the action, and the overall atmosphere. After all, Tenet is, in many ways, Nolan's version of a James Bond movie, even though The Night Manager might be a more direct counterpart in terms of plot. Either way, it's a story about a code-named, or in this case, a no-named protector whose mission brings him to a variety of exotic locations, oftentimes worlds of luxury, where he gets involved in all kinds of exciting troubles. In short, it is, to some extent, a movie that aims to immerse you into a distinctive vibe, a distinctive moodiness. But by so clearly revealing his inspiration, it's interesting how Nolan also reveals his true sensibilities. Because compared to the kind of atmospheric filmmaking found in James Bond or in similar vibe-driven movies, it becomes painfully clear that Nolan just isn't a romantic filmmaker. Though he brings us to some beautiful locations, his presentation remains efficient. The camera doesn't linger, it doesn't indulge itself in the surrounding atmosphere, nor does it create any real atmospheric character moments. You know, those moody moments where they stare contemplatively into the distance, or longingly into each other's eyes. even when the protagonist is explicitly told he has to get a more expensive suit before crossing the threshold into the high life. There is nothing really in the visual language to emphasize the transition. There's no moment like this one, for example. This is not necessarily a criticism, although I do think the movie would have been better if there was a bit more of this kind of cinematic vibing, if only to double down on the bromance between Neil and the protagonist, which, somewhat surprisingly, for me turned out to be the only place where the movie expressed some genuine warmth. But aside from that, the point is that Tenet reveals how Nolan's cinematic sensibilities simply lie elsewhere. Because I do believe Tenet has a distinct vibe, that it has a clear sense of atmosphere, but it's not found in quaint Italian villages or luxury buildings. It's not found in a kind of soulful moodiness. No, I think the essence to Nolan's vibe is found in the more brutalist depictions of concrete, of rustic dockyards, sterile freeports, and ocean-based wind farms against grey skies. This, to me, feels more like his true aesthetic. Not the high-end environments that go on postcards, but the more secret worlds that lie hidden in the periphery, which do not just contain their own mysterious sense of beauty, but more than that. They also much better reflect the rather elusive yet not insignificant thematic content of Tenet, which is not about the obvious, it's not about what we are actively aware of, but precisely about that which lies outside of our everyday consciousness, about the world we take for granted.
We're the people saving the world from what might have been. The world will never know what could have happened. And even if they did, they wouldn't care. Because no one cares about the bomb that didn't go off. Only the one that did.
The actual main plot of Tenet revolves around this formula that can invert time not just for individual objects or persons, but for the world in its entirety. The inventor, who is referred to as the Oppenheimer of her generation, realized the destructive potential of this device and decided to hide it within this physical form that she then sent back into the past to prevent it from falling into the hands of those who would use it to inadvertently destroy the world. There is some latent commentary on climate change here, and about the intergenerational violence that is so casually committed as we carelessly seek to improve our own situation without any regard for the broader consequences that this has for those beyond our line of sight, which is essentially presented here in inverted form, as the main aggression doesn't come from the present that extracts resources from the world and lets the future pay the price. It's the other way around. It's the future that is coming back to sacrifice the past for their own gain. The fact that this effort from the future, their intention to invert the flow of time itself, is probably going to lead to the annihilation of everyone, then is as close as Nolan comes to making a statement about the need for climate change action. That if we don't take better care of our world, of our future, then at some point there won't be any civilization left. And without anyone to remember us, to keep our past and our humanity alive, we would essentially erase ourselves too.
She devises a method for inverting the world, but becomes convinced that by destroying us, they're destroying themselves.
The grandfather paradox.
The most explicit thematic essence of Tenet, however, isn't found in these more situational circumstances, but rather in the means that are being chased after to change them, in the nature and consequences of knowledge for the progression of our society and our humanity. In our discussion on The Prestige, we already discussed the complicated dynamics of innovation and progress in a disenchanted modern society, meaning a society that sees the world as simple, miserable, solid all the way through, as devoid of some spiritual essence that our humanity is intrinsically a part of, and which, to some extent, gave it some moral boundaries. We saw how the lack of these boundaries, despite promising us freedom and transcendence, instead locked us into an iron cage in which progress not only came at an increasingly greater cost, but was also increasingly experienced as inevitable. This is a crucial element in the story of Oppenheimer, that obsession to keep innovating, to keep progressing, not because we genuinely desire or need innovation, but because we fear, or just simply assume, that if we don't do it, then someone else will, and that if it's going to happen anyways, then better to have it be us than our enemies. And so, with that context in mind, I find it fascinating that Tenet, as the movie preceding Oppenheimer, basically explores the question of whether or not we are truly helpless in this seemingly inescapable cycle, whether or not these forces of progress are truly outside of our control, or if it is possible on a collective societal level to unlearn something, to willingly refrain from crossing into certain territories, to willingly give ourselves boundaries by rejecting knowledge. Because by trying to prevent the formula for time inversion from being brought into existence, what the characters in Tenet are essentially doing, metaphorically speaking that is that they are trying to uninvent the atomic bomb. It brings up some difficult existential questions, because how do we protect ourselves from the harm we cannot even conceive of until it's too late? Because once the seed for an idea is planted, it seems impossible to undo it, to stop it from inevitably growing into being. And so it's a war where, as one of the characters points out, to even know its true nature is to lose. Nolan doesn't offer a definitive answer, not yet at least, but he does invoke us to think about these matters by kind of flipping the premise around. Instead of focusing on the potential harm that could come into our world by changing it, what he does is he asks us to consider what we are safeguarding in the world by keeping it the way that it is, what we are protecting by keeping it the same, and how this rather abstract non-existence of danger is just as much of an achievement, just as much something that is the result of an active effort, as reacting to and avoiding a more concrete danger is, even though we do not tend to recognize it as such. Because again, as the movie points out, no one cares about the bomb that didn't go off, only the one that did. In short, what Nolan seems to be saying here is, pay attention to what we take for granted, and to the mechanisms that allow us to do so, for it is here that we find the true driving force that keeps our society intact, and the true essence of who we really are.
I have to believe in a world outside my own mind. I have to believe that my actions still have meaning.
Here, one last time, we come back to Nolan's oldest and most recurring theme, the nature of our limited subjective being and how it necessitates the performing of a leap of faith, not in a religious way, but in that unconscious, everyday sense where, when we close our eyes, we assume that the world is still there. In Tenet, this kind of trust in the nature of our reality is explicitly mentioned by Neil, who expresses, on multiple occasions, what's happened, happened, which he explains as being his expression of faith in the mechanics of the world, one that, in this case, is not entirely unfounded, as earlier in the movie, the protagonist remarks that if the future tries to invert time and annihilate reality, doesn't the fact that they're still here, that the world is still here, mean that they already succeeded in preventing the apocalypse? Indeed, at the end, it looks like they did, which is why Neil heads out again, knowing full well that this run is going to be his last. It's because he trusts that the world is good, and because he's committed to keep it that way. This is also why, somewhat inversely, I actually think Sado was a great villain for this story, because he is the exact opposite. He's not just a vindictive brute, he is the absolute embodiment of cynical nihilism, the absolute antithesis of life and of what it means to have faith, to have hope.
You don't believe in God, or a future, or anything outside of your own experience.
The rest is belief, and I don't have it.
Without it, you're not human.
This kind of existential optimism, the kind of hope that Tenet argues for, the kind that Neil talks about, the kind that the protagonist more implicitly embodies through his continued commitment to a greater cause, and the kind that Kat learns to embrace along the way, is, however, not something that we're just given. It's something that we ourselves have to actively perform, that we ourselves have to choose to bring into being. As Neil elaborates,
It's an expression of faith in the mechanics of the world. It's not an excuse to do nothing.
Indeed, as we see throughout the events of Tenet, or better yet, as we see throughout Nolan's filmography as a whole. Making that leap of faith takes tremendous courage. The courage to confront our innermost selves, our innermost traumas and fears. The courage to trust people, to place our fate in the hands of others. The courage to commit ourselves to a seemingly desperate cause, to keep pushing when all hope seems to be gone. And the courage to not only do all this once, but over and over. To continuously maintain our awareness of and conscious engagement with those deeper dynamics through which we truly give shape to ourselves and our reality as a whole. This is how, as the protagonist argues, each generation looks out for its own survival. This is what makes us human.
It's the bomb that didn't go off. The danger no one knew was real. That's the bomb with the real power to change the world.
Oppenheimer, 2023. While there is, as we'll get into in detail later on, a lot to say and question about Nolan's approach and execution of the story of the father of the atomic bomb, to his credit, Oppenheimer is a remarkably unified work, with a clear singular filmmaking philosophy underpinning every aspect of its foundation, which is a praiseworthy achievement, but which also makes it more difficult to find a good entry point for a discussion about it. Because to understand the way the movie is structured, you first have to understand the thematic driving force that gives it meaning. But at the same time, this meaning is also a direct product of the structure which provides the necessary vocabulary to formulate it. And so, I guess the best approach is not to pick some point in this circular pattern and make a loop in the hope of finding the story along the way, but to first try and envision the circle in its totality. Oppenheimer opens with the myth of Prometheus, who, as the on-screen text reads, stole fire from the gods and gave it to man. For this he was chained to a rock and tortured for eternity. The connection between the ambitious scientist and the mythological figure is obvious to say the least. The movie explicitly equates the two as Oppenheimer brings into the world a power of godlike proportions, and he clearly spends the rest of his life being punished for it.
You are an American Prometheus.
And it's perhaps because of this obviousness that the metaphor tends to be glanced over as little more than a mood-setting parable, and as an almost expository hint as to what Oppenheimer's story is about thematically. But at the risk of overreading its significance, I do believe the Promethean myth, and its notion of eternal punishment, is embedded deeper into the movie than generally given credit for. Not so much as a direct allegory, but more so as a gateway to help us understand the movie's structure, its presentation, and the overall experience it offers. It's a strange thing the way we think of eternity, as conscious beings who are bound by a single temporal dimension, in which the arrow of time pushes us in one direction from the past into the future. Eternity is often imagined, albeit vaguely, as an endless following of that movement, turning the years into ages, the ages into millennia, and so on forever. Infinity as an open-ended, ever-expanding temporal mass. But in Nolan's cinematic universe, time is rarely restricted to that rigid linearity. As we've seen, it can bend, it can squeeze, it can be inversed, often resulting in more of a circular movement, both within the story itself as well as within the structure through which it is told. In Oppenheimer especially, which, like Memento, has multiple opposing timelines converging in the middle to create a virtually endless loop. The perception of the story changes significantly when you really consider the implications of this temporal approach. For what it entails, basically, is that if time is a circle, then eternity is endless repetition. It's like that Nietzschean concept of eternal recurrence, which suggests that the moment we die, our lives start over again right from the beginning, and play out the exact same way. Nietzsche posed it as such. What if, someday or night, a demon were to steal after you in your loneliest loneliness and say to you, "This life, as you now live it and have lived it, You will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh must return to you, all in the same succession and sequence. The eternal hourglass of existence is turned over again and again. Like Nolan, Nietzsche is not making a literal proposition here about the scientific nature of our reality. Rather, the concept serves more as a thought experiment to make us look inward and to consider our life and the way we are living it. For as Nietzsche argued, by assuming eternity is simply the endless repetition of our own existence, everything we did within it suddenly gains a cosmic significance. And if this thought were to gain possession of you, as Nietzsche continued, it would change you as you are, or perhaps crush you. The question in each and everything, do you want this once more and innumerable times more, would lie upon your actions as the greatest weight. This, I think, is the full meaning of Oppenheimer as Promethean myth, as a biographical account that is both rooted in concrete history as well as completely unbound from it, that still looms over us like a specter doomed to retrace his steps, to tear his world apart only to reconstruct it and do it all over again. An endless cycle of fission and fusion. Why does this matter? What do we learn from this? Well, for one, it helps us to better understand the movie's presentation and overall experience, which has also been a point of contention. As we've come to expect from a Nolan movie at this point, Oppenheimer was clearly made for the big screen, a big and bold cinematic experience filmed in large part with giant IMAX cameras to heighten both the grandeur and the intimate into mythic proportions. As far as presentation goes, Oppenheimer is an undeniably beautiful movie. It even won the Oscar for Best Cinematography. And yet, when asked to point it out, the exact source of its beauty is not immediately apparent. For putting the raw image quality aside, I don't think Oppenheimer is particularly good looking in the same way that movies like Dune or Killers of the Flower Moon are good looking. You know, that every frame a painting kind of way where you can pause a movie at any given moment and be treated to an awe-inspiring vista or some evocative composition. Even compared to Nolan's previous movies, it's kind of a struggle to find any individual shots in Oppenheimer that really stand on their own, that are truly beautiful when taken in isolation. And I think this is largely because those movies featured more adventurous locations to make up for Nolan's by now well-known lack of stylization and cinematic romanticism. Inception had the folding of Paris, it had Limbo and the other dream worlds, Interstellar had strange distant planets, wormholes and black holes, and Tenet had its globe-trotting movement and atmospheric secret worlds as an intrinsic part of its international spy story. But with most of its runtime taking place in mostly unremarkable locations, offices and laboratories, Nolan wasn't really able to rely on such natural visual interest aside from a few nice shots here and there, most notably the ones in the desert, though even these never amount to anything we haven't already seen done more beautifully in other movies. Scrutinizing Oppenheimer up close like this also reveals other flaws in Nolan's presentation, like that aspect ratio that still keeps shifting without consistency or any real narrative motivation, or the lack of attention to properly blocking and framing individual shots. There's a great video from the channel MovieWise that offers a detailed breakdown of some of Nolan's lackluster compositions, like this one, where multiple actors are awkwardly bundled up in the center without using the space on the margins. To demonstrate how this could have been done differently, he compares it to this similar shot from Killers of the Flower Moon, which does utilize the full range of the frame, to an obvious better looking result. In another example, he shows us a rack focus from Spielberg's Lincoln, a shot in which our focus moves from one subject to another, and then puts it next to this one by Nolan, where you can immediately tell the shot doesn't work because Cillian Murphy's head is in the way, and by the time we do get to see the character sitting behind him, the focus is already pulled back to the front. This is not to make the presentation seem worse than it is, for the most part in fact, as the MovieWise breakdown also observes. The camera work is fine and each shot mostly achieves what it set out to do. But the point is that it all seems serviceable at best, which begs the question, where then does Oppenheimer's beauty come from? Well, if we look at some of the movie's most striking visuals, the visions of the quantum world, the nightmares of a nuclear holocaust, and that auditorium sequence where Oppenheimer starts losing it, the primary quality here is movement. The impact comes from swirling atoms, raging fires, and shaking realities. It recalls the temporal inversion from Tenet, which also fundamentally had to be experienced in motion, and which Nolan therefore saw as the closest he got to pure cinema. Because what is a movie, after all, if not a moving picture? And if we assume this perspective, the most fundamental quality, or rather the main instrument that a filmmaker can employ, becomes rhythm. It's the director as conductor, dictating flow, tone, and tempo. It is true that Nolan's movies have been becoming increasingly symphonic for a while now, with Dunkirk and Tenet especially relying heavily on mood, atmosphere, and that distinct musicality that, more than plot, character, or anything else really, dictates the flow of the story and defines the essence of its experience. In fact, there's been a notable reappreciation of Tenet recently as audiences, after initially being somewhat confused by the movie, have grown to love it for what it is, and will often refer to that quote, "Don't try to understand it, feel it," as a sort of mantra that opens up the best way to experience the movie. If anything, Oppenheimer refines this cinematic philosophy even further, as Niels Bohr says to Oppenheimer at the very beginning of his journey.
The important thing isn't can you read music, it's can you hear it. Can you hear the music, Robert?
It is, without a doubt, the clearest articulation of how to understand and appreciate Oppenheimer. Personally, it has even made me look back more favorably on Nolan's previous works, because whereas the Tenet quote to me felt a bit too much like a call to just turn off my brain and mindlessly enjoy, the equation to music invokes a different, more deliberate mode of engagement, one that is more about being in the moment rather than reaching a certain destination, and one in which greater familiarity often results in greater enjoyment. It explains so much about how I, and many others I imagine, keep returning to Nolan's movies over and over again. And while it doesn't necessarily alleviate Nolan's presentational flaws, nor his punctuation issues which I talked about in my discussion on Dunkirk and Tenet, the issues that tend to make his movies feel a bit clunky and overwhelming on a first viewing, it does at least clarify what the sacrifice is really in service of. It's not about offering you a one-time consumable package, but a true cinematic experience that grows on you over time, and which doesn't bring its true value into focus until after multiple viewings. I understand it's a big ask, and a bold move on Nolan's part, as it would be for any filmmaker, to rely on audiences making such an investment. But for me, it was definitely a rewarding one. I saw Oppenheimer 3 times before it fully clicked with me. I really liked it on the first go, but I saw it in IMAX with the big screen and the big speakers all but literally blasting the movie in my face. It was overwhelming in a way that leaves you kind of numb, as if your brain doesn't know which part of the experience to process first. The second time on a regular theater screen, I liked it more, but I also noticed my mind was still computing, still putting together the pieces I missed the first time around and forming an opinion about them. It wasn't until my third viewing, on a relaxed sofa in a small art house venue, that Oppenheimer fully clicked with me, or at least gave me the experience I would also have during subsequent rewatches of the movie at home. At this point, I was no longer trying to parse the movie, but like a piece of music, I could just sort of instinctively attune myself to its flow and let its current carry me along, which significantly transformed the experience for the better. I'm not sure what exactly the emotional or psychological dynamics behind all this look like, and why some movies seem to demand more time than others to connect with them. It might also be too soon to say where Oppenheimer will land for the general audiences in this regard, as we've seen with Michael Mann's Miami Vice, for example, a movie that was largely dismissed upon its release in 2006, but that, like Tenet, is currently being increasingly reappraised and reappreciated. It's a process that can take many, many years. I wonder then if Oppenheimer will go down a similar path. I hope it does. At the same time, however, I recognize that Nolan's creative choices here come with some serious trade-offs that for some might be difficult to come to terms with. By insisting on his vision of pure symphonic cinema, Nolan exchanges legibility for density, moments of quiet for an almost continuous score, and plot comprehension for sensory engagement as traditional scenes are transformed into what feels more like a series of montages. The real question, however, or rather the main struggle that I've seen people had with this, and that I've wondered about myself, is not so much whether this approach is intrinsically good or bad, but whether or not it was the appropriate one given the subject matter. We are, after all, dealing with real history here, a complicated and destructive history, the trauma of which, both from the inflicted violence on Hiroshima and Nagasaki as well as from any future threat of nuclear conflict, still hangs over us to this day. It naturally raises questions like, shouldn't there have been a greater focus on the Japanese victims? Shouldn't the movie have included real historical footage, as we saw in Judgment at Nuremberg? Or reach out to the audience more directly, as that ending of The Zone of Interest did? In short, was Oppenheimer tasteful and thoughtful enough? I don't think there is an easy answer to this, but to inform one in either direction, I do think we have to understand one other aspect of Nolan's filmmaking philosophy that is often overlooked, which is that, for better or worse, all his movies exist firmly in their own cinematic reality. To explain what I mean, we can draw another comparison with Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon, which has strong thematic parallels with Oppenheimer as it also presents a real account of a dark chapter in American history told largely from the perspective of the perpetrator, but which nevertheless went about it in an entirely different way. On a purely presentational level, Scorsese has never refrained from rooting his movies in our actual history, often including a variety of formats, whether real or recreated, to invoke that sense of reality. In Killers of the Flower Moon 2, we see plenty of old-timey photographs and film reels emphasizing that all this did indeed happen. And more than that, at the end, Scorsese directly confronts his audience with the complicated fact that they've just watched a representation of a traumatic chapter in Native American history for entertainment purposes, and implicates himself as being the main facilitator who made it happen, not as a means to sidestep any potential criticisms, but rather to deliberately provoke them, and make that conflict part of the text of his movie. It's essentially a way of breaking the fourth wall. And this is exactly what Nolan absolutely refrains from. His works, as provocative and political they can be, never cross that boundary between the screen and the world outside of it as Scorsese's movies do. We see it in the little things. Nolan's movies always have original musical scores. They very rarely include existing songs or classical pieces, anything that someone might already have an association with. There's never any stock footage or real historical material. There is that one time he pulled some interviews from a Ken Burns documentary for the opening of Interstellar, but these were repurposed for a different context, appropriated, as it were, to the historical reality of that movie, rather than being a direct link to ours. In this sense, he does clearly care about invoking a strong sense of realness, which is also reflected by his preference for practical effects and this overall grounded approach that never gets too flashy. But again, it all serves to establish the reality of the movie, not to build a direct bridge to ours. And that's fine. It's a fair stylistic choice and a valid approach to filmmaking. In fact, I think it has been an important, albeit underappreciated reason why each Nolan movie is welcomed as such a cinematic event. It's because he presents his stories with this almost mythological elevation, presents them as reflections of our world, but still as a mirror reality, with a sacred boundary in between. But again, the flip side of this is that most likely, Nolan never even considered including real historical footage in Oppenheimer or making the audience self-aware through some other form of direct or indirect fourth wall breaking, as doing so would simply contradict the basic principles of his filmmaking philosophy. Whether that's an admirable sign of his dedication, just the predetermined outcome of an uncompromising vision, or a token of artistic stubbornness, I'll leave up to you. Although I will say that while I generally admire Nolan's resolve, I do feel like he can at times be too rigid in his approach, especially with his insistence on practical effects in favor of CGI, which in Oppenheimer was arguably pushing its natural limits. Let's zoom in for a minute on the movie's central set piece, the grand explosion of the first nuclear bomb. Overall, it's a beautifully crafted sequence. The run-up is filled with rising dread and anticipation towards that pivotal moment we all know is coming. And the sound work especially, with its thematically relevant delay between action and reaction, which is also referenced in that haunting auditorium sequence, is nothing short of brilliant. And yet, the actual detonation, while not being bad by any means, still left me wanting a little bit more, both as an immediate sensory experience and as the monumental turning point in the story. It was but a small gap between what we got and what I think the moment needed. A small gap that wouldn't be worth talking about if it wasn't just big enough for Nolan to reveal his presence as the magician behind the illusion. Because if the Trinity test is supposed to be the grand, terrible moment in which Prometheus steals fire from the gods, and in which Oppenheimer not only dooms himself, but also sets in motion, as he later laments, the destruction of the world in its entirety, this is the moment we should be staring into the absolute face of cosmic horror. And yet, because of Nolan's insistence on practical effects and capturing as much as possible in camera, it kind of looks like what it actually was. A big, pyrotechnic explosion. An impressive one, sure, but still an imitation. To be fair, Nolan's imagery does look somewhat accurate compared to the actual footage of the blast. And he might have been fighting an uphill battle here considering how the public's perception of the nuclear bomb is now most often associated with the aesthetics of the much, much bigger hydrogen bomb. But still, if you look at some of the descriptions of the Trinity test, a searing light with the intensity many times that of the midday sun, or as the real Oppenheimer himself said about it, if the radiance of 1,000 suns were to burst at once into the sky, that would be like the splendor of the Mighty One. Then I can't help but feel we needed a little bit more here. A dash of David Lynch perhaps, who did embrace CGI when he filmed the same nuclear explosion for his show Twin Peaks. While I wouldn't necessarily say his overall scene was better, it was a very different approach for an ultimately very different story. When it comes to that specific element of capturing the unholy terror of this pivotal moment, the shattering impact of reality being quite literally torn apart on an up until then unfathomable level, then yeah, I'd have to say Lynch takes the cake. All that being said, as much as Nolan's rigidness and dedication to realness may hold Oppenheimer back in some minor areas, it also undeniably elevates it in other, arguably more important ones. Nolan is absolutely uncompromising when it comes to capturing the real history that surrounds his troubled protagonist. I firmly believe that in the hands of any other filmmaker, this story, with all its complicated and radically transforming political context over the course of multiple decades, would have either been severely simplified or stripped down to focus on but one of the many facets of Oppenheimer's life that we do get to see in Nolan's account. Here I want to briefly talk about composite characters. In the context of biopics or other movies based on true events, composite characters are often used to compress multiple real-life people, usually those that have more of a supporting role in the story, into one fictional character. This is done so the audience isn't overwhelmed by the sudden introduction of a large amount of similar characters, and to keep the story focused on the key players. A good example of this can be found in the show Chernobyl, which at the end explicitly acknowledges how one of its supporting scientist characters was actually a stand-in for the dozens of people that worked alongside the main protagonist. Nolan, however, didn't want to take such shortcuts, which is why, consequentially, Oppenheimer came to include a vast cast of supporting characters. Does this hurt the movie by making it more difficult to keep track of who is who? The more critical voices would probably say yes. But I disagree, aside from the notion that, as we've already discussed, Oppenheimer's symphonic movement somewhat alleviates the need to keep up with its density. I think Nolan makes a good enough effort to distinguish his large ensemble cast by casting a bunch of familiar faces, and by briefly cutting to them each time someone is mentioned. "The gamble I'm taking," he said, "is that you recognize faces more than names." It also helps that many of the supporting characters have their own little gimmick. Like there's the guy with the bongos, the one who can't help but look directly at every explosion, and there's Benny Safdie, who just brings a great presence to each scene he's in, no matter how many other characters surround him. But more importantly, Nolan's giant cast of well-known faces also serves to emphasize just how big of a collective effort the Manhattan Project really was. As the book Unleashing Oppenheimer also pointed out, many of the supporting characters would be Nobel Prize winners in their lifetimes or write books about their work on the Manhattan Project, and nearly every one of them could be the subject of their own movie. To this, John Papsadera, the movie's casting director, also added, "Part of what we had talked about was that these people were giants in their time and in their field. So we worked really hard on filling out the cast with actors who could connote how special those people were in the real world in a very shorthand way." And though I can't really explain why, I do feel there's something special about experiencing the sheer size of all of this, uncompressed. Especially in that first half of the story, there is something strangely moving about seeing so many characters working towards a shared purpose. Seeing all these men and women of science breaking their heads over their collective challenge. It offers a view of humanity that I personally find much more truthful and impactful than if it had just been the one maverick hero with his two buddies. And it was a meaningful decision too, maybe even the most meaningful one of the entire movie. Because what it also does is it pushes Oppenheimer into the background a bit. It makes the world around him feel bigger, more chaotic and uncontrollable, which is also where the real source of dread starts to seep in, and where I believe the movie's primary thematic questions arise. Questions about the real causal forces that drive human history, and about the real agency and responsibility that individuals have within it.
Now it's your turn to deal with the consequences of your achievement.
For me, there's this key main question that hangs over the life of Oppenheimer, Nolan said, which is that no one person invented the atomic bomb. He wasn't the first to split the atom, he wasn't the first to have a self-sustaining chain reaction. But somehow, he's the guy who brought it all together and made it happen in the moment that it happened. How indeed do we judge Oppenheimer? How do we judge the creation of the atomic bomb? Because, as the movie seems to ask us, can we really isolate and judge individual links from their greater causal chains? Is the history of progress not an ongoing event in which each fallen domino is knocked over by the one before it, and subsequently destined to topple the one after it? Is there not a certain degree of inevitability to progress and invention? There's a moment in the movie where the news breaks that the atom has been split, and where Oppenheimer remarks that every physicist on the planet was now thinking about the same thing, one inevitable next step: a bomb. Is it not right here in this very moment that the creation of the nuclear bomb, its terrible applications, and its significance for the course of humanity were already set in motion, that they were bound to happen in some way or another? And better yet, wasn't all this the inevitable outcome of the groundwork laid by Albert Einstein, a man who also seemed to have lost control over his own achievements?
You all thought that I had lost the ability to understand what I'd started.
Or do we go even further back? Was the culmination of 3 centuries of physics, as Robbie feared, always fated to be a weapon of mass destruction? And if so, where will it end? If we, as Nolan firmly emphasizes, can and will lift stones without being ready for the snake that's underneath, then what does this mean for the future of humanity? Are we doomed towards uncontrollable escalation? That is the real nature of Oppenheimer's tragic revelation at the end, right? That's the true reason his entire worldview comes crumbling down. It's the moment when he realized that the forces he meddled with weren't his or anyone's to control. It's the moment
when it became clear to me that we would tend to use any weapon we had.
They are questions of determinism and agency that Nolan has been exploring for a while now. Whatever can happen, will happen, Cooper explains to his daughter in Interstellar. And as Neil repeats throughout Tenet, what's happened, happened. In Oppenheimer 2, a disgruntled Strauss assures his lackeys that he knows Oppenheimer, and decries that if he could do it all over, he'd do it all the same, which feels like a subtle nod to the movie's circular structure looping around over and over again. But they are questions of responsibility and judgment too, because as Nolan phrased it, if a mistake is unavoidable, then is it actually a mistake? Or if someone facilitates an inevitability, do they actually bear meaningful responsibility?
We have no choice.
And this is where we come back to the circle and its fullness. Oppenheimer as American Prometheus, chained to a rock, repeating his life once more and innumerable times more, all in the same succession and sequence. It's where the structure and presentation give meaning to and become meaningful through that endless loop of vision and fusion, letting us experience all at once, past, present and future. It's history reframed in such a way that it renders, as film critic David Ehrlich put it, discovery inextricable from devastation, creation inextricable from destruction, and the innocent joy of theory inextricable from the unfathomable horror of practice. This is not to say that the movie in any way seeks to mitigate Oppenheimer's harrowing accomplishment. It even explicitly states,
"You're not just self-important, you're actually important."
And makes abundantly clear that individual actions still have meaningful consequences.
You don't get to commit the sin, and then have us all feel sorry for you that it had consequences.
But what it does want to do is confront us with the limitations of our common understanding of historical outcomes, and truly consider the implications of this. For if we, as the movie seems to argue, do not and cannot understand the real forces that brought us to where we are, then how can we meaningfully judge history or the individuals who got caught up within it? Or to put it like this, if the powers that move history are too complex for us to grasp, let alone actively exert control over, then doesn't causality become merely a human construct? And aren't truth and judgment but a temporary agreement, a shared consensus negotiated through social, political and cultural discourse? In fact, isn't this the only source of power that Oppenheimer can still wield, or at least tries to wield in the chronologically second half of the story? The power to direct his own narrative. Is this not what is happening here? Oppenheimer weaponizing his persona to exert whatever control he has left, manipulating those around him to influence the world, or at the very least, to negotiate his own salvation.
Did you think that if you let them tar and feather you,
J. Robert Oppenheimer, the martyr,
then the world would forgive you?
I gave him exactly what he wanted.
Here the audience also comes back into play. Because while Nolan's filmmaking approach is, as we've discussed, not one that breaks the fourth wall or directly reaches out to his viewers, his mirror realities do often include a sort of in-universe surrogate of them. The Prestige is very much about the audience as the subject of the magician's spellbinding illusions. The team that Cobb assembles in Inception is famously modeled after a filmmaking crew, building dream worlds that the audience is brought into for a transformative experience. And in Oppenheimer, this mirror audience is also there right from the beginning, as witnesses to the trial of Oppenheimer, ready to judge him one way or another. But what Nolan understands here is that the trial is an inherently phony one. As with any biopic, its direction is entirely in the hands of the filmmaker, and its outcome largely in service of the audience. For a condemnation can be its own strange form of propaganda. It's the act of creating a scapegoat that allows us to exhale in relief and proudly proclaim, "Look at how bad this man was for bringing into the world such a terrible creation. He should not have done that." It's a judgment he might deserve. But then again, isn't a judgment always, in some way, a coping mechanism, a cathartic expression of our own desire for meaning, for wholeness, a self-serving delusion that masks the truth of a more disordered and unknowable reality underneath?
Just remember, it won't be for you. It will be for them.
In this sense, I don't think Oppenheimer really is about guilt either, as many have argued. At the most, it's but the tip of the iceberg of the actual story that is being told here. And yet, it's a misunderstanding that was at the root of a lot of the early criticisms that, in some way or another, seemed to implicitly call for the movie to just be more conventional, more legible, and more moralistic. And to be fair, if Oppenheimer really was just the simple tale of man creates bomb, man feels bad, we should judge man for it, then yes, it could have easily dropped that last hour. It could probably have dropped the entire second perspective of Strauss's storyline, and instead included the Japanese victims or something. Either way, it could have been an altogether more accessible and more didactic movie, pandering to our general desire for moral simplifications and easy self-righteous judgments. But again, this is not the Nolan way. What he understands and assumes in his storytelling is that we already live in a post-nuclear world. The atomic weapon has been invented. It's part of our reality now as much as any tool in our growing arsenal of violence and destruction. From fighter jets to machine guns, all the way back to the bow and arrow and the taming of fire. And as such, from a dramatic perspective, his movie doesn't bring us back to let us pretend we are once again standing on that precipice, like a sort of Schrodinger's cat in reverse, imagining we would have done differently. No, instead, Nolan refrains from such definitiveness, not for lack of courage, but because of the simple fact that, as he said, the more we learned, the less we understood, except for the growing realization that to pass any particular judgment on Oppenheimer is to ignore some aspect of his story. And so, just like his American Prometheus, Nolan turns our fundamental desires against us and throws us in a loop, having us peer into this man's soul over and over, in the hope of a connection that remains forever elusive, and of a resolution that is never offered. We're not convicting, just denying, as the mantra seems to be. It brings us back to Nolan's most essential themes, crystallized here in their most hauntingly poignant expression. The consequences of being trapped within limited subjective perspectives, having to face the fundamental absence of ontological certainty, the absence of a solid reality to hold on to, and the danger of self-corrupting delusions that may seek the light but that are bound to get eaten by hiding the true driving forces in the shadows, leaving us to stare into the void until we find some way to reconcile with it, or doom ourselves to perpetual torment by closing our eyes to it.